live on a wonderful planet with so much biodiversity of animals and plants. But surely you have heard about global warming and how with so much pollution we're destroying our beautiful planet. But don't worry, in this video I will show you important tips to help take care of the environment and our planet. Welcome to the fun world for kids! And how with so much pollution... Hello friends! We are going to see with very simple actions you can also help our planet a lot. Practice the 3 R's. Recycle, reuse and reduce. Recycle. Do not throw things in the trash that you can give a new use to. Here, imagination and creativity are super important. You can, for example, make a nice flower pot with the empty soap bottle so it won't have to go to the trash. Well, did you know that every year huge islands of garbage are created in the ocean that cause the death of millions of marine animals? Oh, the good thing is that you can help a lot from home if you start with the habit of recycling. The idea, my friends, is to separate plastic, metal, glass, paper, organics, and batteries in the corresponding garbage can according to their color. Reuse. A great example is to donate clothes that are in good condition but you no longer use, so another child can reuse them and you also do a good deed. Reduce. A great way to use fewer products that pollute a lot, like plastic, is to make sure you bring your own water bottle every time you go out, so you don't have to buy a plastic one on the street. Take your own bags with you. As long as you remember, pack a preferably cloth bag in your backpack, so when you go to the supermarket or shopping with your parents, they don't need to ask for plastic bags. What happens, guys, is that a single plastic bag takes more than 150 years to decompose. So the less we use, the less we pollute, and the better for the planet. Always save water. In my other video about water and its care, I tell you the importance of this precious liquid of life and how you can help take care of it. Remember to always turn off the faucet while brushing your teeth or hands and showering for the duration of 1 song. This will save a lot of water. Respect nature and help take care of it. Never, I mean never, throw garbage on the street, even if it's very small, such as gum or a candy package. And remember, if you have a dog, do not forget to collect your pet's waste when you go out to the park. And always turn off the light when you don't need it. One way to save energy is by turning off the lights and electronic devices, such as the TV, when you're not using it. With all these good actions, guys, I am sure that we can help our beautiful planet very much, and thus we will prevent pollution from continuing to do so much harm to nature. Thank you for watching our video. Did you like what you learned? Subscribe and find many more videos so you can learn while having fun. You can also watch this video in Spanish on our channel Mundo Divertido.
World Environment Day conclave organized by the International Certification Services Private Limited is a step towards raising awareness about the environmental issues. This video is about understanding sustainability in engineering, which can reduce the current environmental issues. Namaste and welcome. On this World Environment Day, let's explore a fascinating field that's key to a sustainable future: biomimicry. It's all about looking to nature's genius for innovative solutions in engineering and design. What is biomimicry? Biomimicry is the practice of learning from and mimicking the strategies found in nature to solve human design challenges. For billions of years, nature has been perfecting solutions, which now we are taking notes of. Kingfisher and the bullet train, our first example, takes us to the skies and the railways. The sleek, aerodynamic shape of the Japanese Shinkansen bullet train's front was inspired by the beak of the kingfisher. This design significantly reduced the loud sonic boom created when the train enters tunnels. Example 2. Lotus leaf and the self-cleaning surfaces. Consider the serene lotus flower. Its leaves have a remarkable ability to stay clean, even in muddy water. This lotus effect, caused by microscopic bumps and a waxy coating, has inspired self-cleaning paints, textiles, and solar panels, reducing the need for harsh chemicals and water. Example 3. Termite mounds and energy-efficient buildings. Deep within the earth, termite mounds maintain a remarkably stable internal temperature despite extreme external conditions. Architects have studied these structures to design energy-efficient buildings with natural ventilation and cooling systems, minimizing the reliance on air conditioning. Example 4. Gecko feet and adhesive technology. Observe the incredible grip of a gecko. Its feet are covered in millions of tiny hairs that create temporary molecular bonds with surfaces, allowing it to climb walls effortlessly. This principle has led to the development of strong, reusable, and residue-free adhesives. Example 5. Whale fins and wind turbine efficiency. Finally, let's look to the ocean. The bumpy leading edges of humpback whale fins, called tubercles, improve their maneuverability in water. Engineers have applied this design to wind turbine blades, resulting in increased efficiency and reduced noise. Conclusions: biomimicry offers a powerful pathway towards a more sustainable future, learning from the wisdom of our planet. By embracing nature's designs, we can create innovative solutions that are both effective and environmentally responsible. Let's continue to observe, learn, and innovate, inspired by the natural world. Happy World Environment Day! World
On behalf of International Certifications, ICS, I, Dr. Dipti Lakhe Chowde, warmly welcomes all the estimated guests, speakers, and the delegates to Paryavartan 4.0, our annual virtual conclave dedicated to World Environmental Day. Guided by the timeless principle of sustainability, we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our children. Today's gathering highlights the urgent need to transition from environmental policy to tangible action. In the world grappling with climate crisis, resource scarcity, and biodiversity loss, aligning our business strategies with sustainability and ESG principles has become an operational imperative. This year, our theme of ESG compliance through ISO standards aims at drive sustainability, protect environment, social trust and value, which emphasizes the vital role of globally recognized ISO standards in fostering environmental sustainability and social responsibility. Before we gather Before we begin with our sessions, let us go down to the Lord Vignaharta to seek his blessings through Ganesh Vandana.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Today, we gather here to mark the official opening of Paryavartan 4.01, celebrating sustainability on World Environmental Day. Paryavartan means transformation. It is the ICS flag initiative of sustainability under the visionary guidance of CMD Dr. Sundar Kataria. Paryavartan 2025 is not just a webinar, it's a structured catalyst for action through keynote speakers, experting addressing, and interactive quizzes. It bridges awareness and implementation anchored in ISO standards of environmental management system through 14,001, energy management systems of 50,001, the greenhouse gas emission accounting of 14064, and social responsibility ISO standard 26,000 to support a resilient and sustainable future. Our association with CropStage highlights our collaborative partnership towards enhanced environmental impact. Sadgun Sang, conceived and led by Dr. Sundar Kataria, driven with a mission to elevate quality, safety, and environmental awareness levels of industry. Sadgun Sang is a series of educative, informative events aiming to illuminate professionals on possible solutions to current issues of industry and economy. The ability to invent new devices, techniques, and ideas is one of the most basic characteristics of mankind. Keeping in view the sustainability and longevity of our planet, Sadgun Sang aims to ignite the flame of ideation, innovation, and progression in its platform. We have completed 235 webinars and 3 Paryavartan events till date, acknowledging dissemination across industries. Sundar Jesiram Kataria Foundation. ICS showcases our community-focused initiative in achieving sustainability development. Established in 2003, SJKF is an independent NGO that extends its aid and assistance to the needy. The foundation works in communities to augment income, improve child nutrition, care for earth, the diminishing hunger and poverty. We have undertaken BMC schools in Mumbai for this upgradation. Another initiative by ICS is the Sannidhana. It's a home away from the home, located in Vandivali Taluka, Palghar district, Palghar, for the people with physical disabilities and senior citizens. It provides care, medical services, therapy, vocational and recreational activities, nutrition, wellness, and a safe, comfortable lifestyle. The goal is to ensure better quality of life under professional supervision. The foundation is registered under the Trust Act with exemption under the Section 80C. Let me take the privilege and pleasure to introduce our CMD, Dr. Sundar Kataria, sir, Chairman and Managing Director, Honorary, a visionary leader in quality, safety, and sustainability. Sir is a Chairman and Managing Director of International Certification Services Private Limited. He is a mechanical engineering from AMIE and has an honorary doctorate in business management. Sir has a wide experience in nuclear, that is RAPP. He started his career in building India's first nuclear power plant at Rawat Bhata, Kota, Rajasthan. He has experience in oil and gas EIL, where he contributed in developing India's first oil and gas field at Mumbai High since its inception. He has also an experience in NDV, where he was the head of industry and offshore development with DNV for 2 decades. In ICS, he is founder of first Indian confirmatory assessment and inspection body known as International Certification Services Private Limited, which is provider of total quality solutions under single umbrella with wide spectrum of services. His achievements are Lifetime Achievement Award of NACE Corcon. Also, he has received several national and international awards. We welcome you, sir. To set the tone for the day, emphasizing collective comments on the ESG goals, let us welcome Mr. Sumit Kataria, Country Managers International Certification Services. He is BE Mechanical, a diploma in financial management, and has advanced diploma in industrial safety. His areas of specialization are onshore and offshore fabrication, three-plate construction, PEB signals, construction of retail outlets, LPG bottling plants, and POL depots, certification and inspection services, and has also specialization in cathodic protection services. We welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Dipti, and a good morning to everyone. It is said the one who lives in harmony with nature and abandons selfish desires will experience the balance of life. All beings, when in harmony with nature, attain pure peace and well-being. So is well said by 2 Sanskrit shlokas, which says, Parivarte tacha shrishtihi tasya dharmahi prakriteya. This means that the environment, which is ever changing, holds the laws of nature. The one who protects it, maintaining balance, is a true soul, nourished with good values and discipline. Another one goes out which says, Prithvi Sanatan Santuna, Punye Punya Vatu, Punye Adhushtahi Punya, Prithvi Punya Santuna. This means may the Mother Earth be protected by our good deeds, and may our good deeds be protected by pure water. Good morning and a very warm welcome to everybody present here. On behalf of the organizing team of Sadgun Sangh, I'm truly honored to welcome you all on the 4th edition of Paryavartan 4.0, a conference on the changing environment. Paryavartan is composed of 2 Sanskrit terms, Parivartan and Paryavaran, which is mixed to make Paryavartan. Paryavartan, as the name suggests, it is to address the Parivartan in the Paryavaran. An initiative of Sadgun Sangh under the aegis of SJKF, which is Sundar Jasaram Kataria Foundation, and International Certification Services. As we gather here on the meaningful occasion of World Environment Day, we are reminded of our collective responsibility to safeguard environment through advocacy, but also through actions and accountability. This year's carefully selected theme of ESG through ISO standards is a powerful call to align environment, social, and governance goals with robust, globally recognized systems. ESG, which is currently voluntary in its nature, holds immense potential when coupled with accreditation frameworks of ISO like the environment management, energy management, greenhouse gas inventory, water footprint, social accountability, and good governance and compliance practices. These standards allow ESG declarations from being aspirational statements to verifiable, transparent, and credible commitments. Through this edition of Paryavartan, we aim to explore how ESG and its reporting can be strengthened using ISO frameworks, bridging the gap between voluntary disclosures and third party assurance. Thank you for being here with us today. Your presence reinforces the importance of this dialogue. Let's embark on this conversation and reimagine compliance, sustainability, and transparency in this rapidly changing world. Thank you once again, and wish everybody a very happy Eid today. Thank you so much, Dipti. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. We now officially launch the conclave and reinforce our vision for actionable sustainability. Let me introduce our chief Our today's chief guest, Mr. Ajay Thakur. Mr. Ajay Thakur is the CEO and the managing partner, TGI SME Advisors LLP, and former head of SME and Startup BSE. He has over 30 years of experience in capital markets, spanning India's biggest custodian and India's biggest and largest stock exchange. Worked in several capacities with organization via Stock Holding Corporation of India, Vadodara, Stock Exchange and BSE. Setting up vibrant SME and startup platforms of the stock exchange as head SME and startup at BSE, resulting in listing of 1100 SMEs, raising approximately 18,000 crores with market cap of rupees 4 lakh crores. He has an intense experience in setting up the new arbitrations and conciliation frameworks of BSE in line with the Arbitration and Conciliations Act 1996. He has experience in working on the business development for good business of BSE. Sir has several achievements and awards. Few are listed. India Economic Forum Award for MSME Enablement by Shop Development Foundation, Dada Saheb Phalke Excellence Award, Pillar of Hindustan Society Award from Trans-Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry for contributing to the growth of SMME, Personality of the Year 2022 Award of Bitsuri Business Solution, a Lifetime Achievement Award from Indian Investors Federation and Krishi Udyami Krishak Vikas Chamber. We welcome you, sir. I now request our chief guest, Dr. Sundar Kataria, sir, and Ms. Sumit Kataria, sir, for Ajay Thakur, our chief guest, Ajay Thakur, sir, to virtually inaugurate our session.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
I I request everyone to be in a prayerful posture for the Saraswati Vandana.
कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिर्देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा।
Now I welcome our chief guest, Mr. Ajay Thakur, to share his insights on SMEs, sustainability, GHG reporting, and ESG practices. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you listen me? Yeah. Thank you, and a special thank to the organizers and Mr. Sumit for inviting me on such a powerful and impactful subject on which all the stakeholders need to work upon so that we can live on a environmental friendly atmosphere and green planet. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here today, speaking with those who form the true backbone of India's economy, our small and medium enterprises. We live in a world that is changing rapidly. Customers are changing, investors' preferences are changing, employees are changing, and so are the regulations. If there is one thing that connects all these changes, it is the idea of responsible, sustainable, and ethical business practices. And that's where the term ESG gains importance, that is environmental, social, and governance. Today, ESG is not just a tick box for large enterprises and businesses, but it has become a passport for survival and growth, especially for small and medium enterprises. What ESG really means? Let us try to decode it. Environmental, how does your business impact the planet? Are you conserving energy, reducing waste, or managing resources effectively? Social, how do you treat your workers, your community, your customers? Are you offering fair wages, health and safety, and focus on skilling your employees? Governance, how are decisions made in your business? Is there financial transparency, ethics, and compliance? Let us think of ESG as 3 pillars that can make your business stronger, more credible, and future ready. Why it matters for SME? Because future contracts and supply chains will mandate ESG disclosures. Banks and investors will offer better terms to ESG compliant companies. Customers and millennials prefer buying from responsible brands. There are various myths, but the reality is totally different. Number 1, ESG is only for large corporates. In reality, global brands are now auditing the entire supply chain, including small vendors like you. It's too expensive for us. Reality, many ESG practices can save costs, like switching to renewable energy, reducing packaging waste, or digitization process. It's not for now. This is a big myth. In fact, the reality is ESG will soon be the part of tender eligibility, compliance reporting, and business evaluation. Now, how the companies will look by various stakeholders, let us try to see that. From investors and lenders, how you can generate confidence in them. Now the financial ecosystem is rapidly aligning with ESG norms. Banks, NBFC, venture capitalists, and even the investors both in the primary market and the secondary market are increasingly evaluating companies not just on their financials, but on how responsibly they operate. For SMEs looking to raise funds, whether it's loan, private equity, or listing on the stock exchanges, showing a strong ESG alignment improves credibility and trust. A business that follows clean environment practices, treats employees well, and has transparent governance policies has a lower risk for lenders and investors. Several SMEs who got listed or are in the process of listing, they have started including ESG initiatives in their offer documents, and even in the case of reporting to the stock exchange post listing. And in those companies, we are seeing that investors' interest growing day by day. Now, as far as the regulatory preparedness and compliances are concerned, India's ESG reporting framework is primarily governed by the Companies Act 2013 and Security and Exchange Board Act and regulations. SEBI's Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, BRSR, introduced in 2021, mandates the top 1,000 listed companies in terms of market capitalization to disclose ESG-related information. Additionally, the Reserve Bank of India has issued directives on green finance and climate risk assessment. ESG disclosure also aligned with global frameworks such as the Global Reporting Initiative's GRI and Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. Strengthening enforcement and standardization is crucial for ensuring corporate accountability and sustainable business practices in India. While most ESG mandates currently target large enterprises, the compliance net is gradually widening. Future regulations will almost certainly bring ESG-related disclosures and reporting requirements to medium and even small enterprises. By voluntarily adopting ESG frameworks now, SMEs can stay ahead in the curve. It also reduces the risk of last-minute penalty or loss of business when such compliance become mandatory. So start as early as possible. As far as customer trust and market access is concerned, today consumers, especially millennials and Gen Z, are highly conscious of where they buy from. B2B clients too are now conducting ESG audits on their suppliers. This is particularly true for export-driven SMEs. Many international buyers demand sustainability certifications and ESG documentation as a precondition for business. From 2026 onwards, European Union will tax carbon-intensive imports such as steel, cement, aluminum, even if they are from India or elsewhere. This will penalize exporters who don't track and reduce emissions. It is therefore evident that ESG-compliant SMEs stand a better chance of being included in global supply chains and getting long-term contracts with corporates that prioritize responsible sourcing. We are seeing or we are hearing that several textile and garment manufacturing companies have started adopting ESG practices, and therefore they are getting large contracts from overseas. As far as talent attraction and retentions are concerned, one of the biggest challenges SME face today is hiring and retaining skilled employees. Younger professionals don't just look at the salary, they seek purpose, values, and culture. A company that focuses on social inclusion, employee welfare, ethical leadership, and community engagement is more likely to attract passionate and skilled talent. Simple practices like workplace safety, inclusive policies, upskilling programs, and transparency in decision making go a long way in building a positive culture that people want to be part of. Operational efficiency and cost saving. Many SMEs think ESG is an added cost, but in reality, it often leads to significant cost savings. Environmental practices like energy conservation, waste management, and water recycling reduce utility bills and improve resource efficiency. Governance improvements reduce the risk of fraud, leakages, and wastage. Social responsibility practices reduce employee turnover and the associated cost. We are seeing many of the small medium enterprises moving from thermal power to renewable energy, and that is saving a lot of their electricity bills and costs. Another factor that is very important in today's world is the brand reputation and competitive advantage. In a highly competitive market where there is a cutthroat competition, trust is the strongest differentiator. An SME with a clear ESG vision signals that it is future ready, reliable, and responsible. This can create a powerful emotional connection with both customers and partners. An ESG aligned SME not only survives during downturns, but also emerges stronger by being seen as resilient and responsible business. It also makes it easier to win awards, certifications, media coverage, and partnership. Better risk management. Whether it is a supply chain disruption due to climate change, social unrest, labor strikes, or financial mismanagement, ESG factors deeply tied to business risk. SMEs that regularly assess and manage environmental and social risks are more likely to withstand crashes and bounce back faster. We have seen it happening during the COVID times, when the companies that have got a strong employee and governance policy were able to manage the transition better, retain trust, and recover faster than those that didn't. So what are the steps that the SMEs need to take? There are 5 steps that ESG, if they can take, they can bring ESG in their business and gain a lot of trust, confidence of the customers and suppliers, and their business can grow rapidly. Number 1, understand and assess. Start by assessing your current footprint, energy usage, workforce practices, financial controls. Number 2, set simple goals. Reduce electricity bill, segregate waste, ensure ESI, PF for all employees. Number 3, involve your team. ESG is not an HR issue. It's a cultural shift. Make it part of your values. Number 4, document and disclose. Maintain basic records, environmental actions, workforce welfare, governance practices. This builds trust. Number 5, improve continuously. Even small changes count. Think of ESG like fitness. Build a muscle slowly but steadily. If you can measure it, you can manage it. And if you can manage it, you can market it. Let me leave you with this thought. A company that balances profit with purpose, people with performance, and growth with governance is a company that thrives. ESG is not a burden. It is a business strategy, a differentiator, and most importantly, a future enabler. And SMEs like you can lead this change. You are agile. You are rooted in your communities. You can spread this because you are deep rooted in the communities. Today, environmental risk is the biggest risk. Anybody who is creating problem with the environment are no lesser than terrorists. So we need to spread awareness about the environment to the masses. and nobody else than you as a small medium enterprise can serve this purpose. And you are adaptable. That's your superpower. You need to grow on that. You need to understand what power you have to change and make an impact on the community, on the society, in the country. Thank you, everyone, to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak here, and all of the participants who have taken the time and shown the commitment to responsible entrepreneurship. Together, let's not just build businesses, let's build a better tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a very insightful talk. May I please request you to accept our token of appreciation?
Thank you.
Now we move to our keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Johri, sir, who will be stressing the importance of creditable assurance in sustainability reporting through his topic, Authentic Assurance for Sustainability. Let me introduce Mr. Anil Johri, sir. He is an ex-CEO, National Accreditation Bodies for Certification Bodies. He is MTech from IIT Kanpur. He has more than 45 years of experience in the field of quality, standards, certifications, and accreditation. Sir has worked earlier in the Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS, the National Standards Body, and Export Inspection Council. Post-retirement engagements were by number of ABs, that is accreditation bodies, especially for capacity building like ANAB, UAF, ASI, SLAB, OZAC. He has been IAF and APAC evaluator. Sir has been resource for international bodies like WTO, UNFCCC, UNIDO, PTB, FAO, ISEAL, and APO. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, ICS and Mr. Kataria, for inviting me to this occasion. I truly appreciate your efforts at spreading, awareness about various issues relating to quality. The way you are conducting this webinars every Saturday, it really takes some effort. My compliments to you for that. So the topic I have chosen today is about authentic assurance for sustainability, because sustainability is such a hot topic right now. As you know that all businesses today are under pressure to demonstrate their commitment to sustainability, because concerns about environment are rising, about climate change are rising, about sustainability in general are rising. Now, sustainability is a huge word. It covers various aspects. It covers energy conservation, it covers recycling, it covers water conservation, it covers climate action. There can be sustainable practices. So there can be a number of aspects where sustainability is involved. And interestingly, it covers both products and services. We are, very familiar with the products part, but services also. For example, ecotourism standards are there. Sustainability in hotels is a big issue right now, in the West especially. Sustainability healthcare. So there are services which are also amenable to, being covered under sustainability. Now, we should always distinguish between two parts, which I always emphasize in my presentations. One, regulations, which is standards imposed by law, compulsory for everybody has to follow. And voluntary standards, which are currently being called VSS, voluntary sustainability standards. There are a number of them. Now, regulations are coming in India also, as you are aware. The regulation BRSR by SAB, which requires ESG reporting, which is in a way sustainability reporting, or even the carbon credit trading scheme, which Bureau of Energy Efficiency is developing in India, yet to be implemented, but it has a compliance mechanism. So there will be targets for certain sectors of industry, especially energy-intensive industries, and they will have to comply with those targets. Voluntary standards are especially relevant to our exports. In agri-food, for example, there is something called Marine Stewardship Council. There is something called Aquaculture Stewardship Council. They are very common in textiles, for example. If you go to Tirupur, which is a hub of textile industry, You will find almost every unit there having a private sustainability certification, like Ecotex for chemical management, or Global Organic Textile Standard, or Textile Exchange for recycling, reuse, etc. Even forestry products, the wooden handicrafts from India face a problem abroad because they require the wooden handicrafts to come from wood which is legally sourced and is coming from sustainably managed forests. We do not have too many sustainably managed forests in India, and therefore, in fact, certified wood is being imported in India for our industry, especially in Muradabad or in Jodhpur, where a lot of handicraft are being made, or even Saharanpur. So we are getting these certified wood imported. So this is how sustainability is today, both regulated as well as in voluntary space. Now, once there is a regulation or there is a voluntary standard, that needs verification. Are you complying with the standard? Are you complying with the regulation? That's the next question which will come. And that is where what we call conformity assessment comes in. From the, expression itself, you can make out it is assessment of conformity, simple English. Now, question is, who can do conformity assessment? The answer is, surprisingly, if it surprises you, anyone can. I can set up a certification body. You can set up a certification body. You can set up a validation verification body. I can set up a validation verification. Because there is no law or regulation. In most parts of the world, some countries have regulations for conformity assessment, but most parts there is none. You don't need a license or authentication. You can issue any kind of certificate. You can set up a body. You can start issuing certificates. If they are acceptable in the market, fine, they are acceptable in the market. That's it. There's no legal bar. It can be a proprietorship company, it can be a partnership company, it can be a society, non-profit, it can be a private company, it can be a public limited company, it can be a profit or non-profit, even governmental bodies are there. For example, BIS is there, something called STQC is there. They are governmental bodies who are in certification. Or the private organizations can be there, non-profit, non-governmental organizations can be there. It's an open field. And the beauty is that if you set up a laboratory, at least you will need some investment. You need a building, you need equipment, you need people to test. But if you have to set up a certification body or an inspection body or a validation verification body, what do you need? You need probably computer, IT tools, you need probably an office, and you need a couple of people. And they can manage with empaneled auditors, empaneled inspectors. You can manage that show. Funnily enough, you can also have a certification body or an inspection body without an office. There's no requirement of an office really. I have actually evaluated an accreditation body which has no office. It is registered in USA. Its CEO sits in London. Its quality manager sits in Spain. And when they have to be evaluated, they say, okay, wherever we evaluate a certification body, you come there. In the hotel, we'll organize a meeting room. We'll show you all our data on the cloud. We'll connect you to anybody you want to interview. We'll connect you to him or her. And I have done that kind of assessments, I remember, in 2020 in Australia. And for the same accreditation body, the previous assessment in 2016 was done in India, incidentally. So it's very easy in a way to set up a certification body or an inspection body or a validation verification body, because hardly any investment is required. You need documentation, you need some people, and you need IT tools. Don't even need an office, as I said. Now, conformity assessment, just for the record, this is a definition from a standard called ISO 17000. That specified requirements are fulfilled. Simple. Whatever the requirements are specified, if they are fulfilled, that is called conformity assessment. Conformity assessment includes activities such as testing. Laboratory is a conformity assessment activity. Inspection, validation, verification, which we are hearing more and more today because of GHG. Certification, and even accreditation is a conformity assessment activity. Now, there are a variety of certifications in the market. We should distinguish between them. One is product certification. You have seen ISO, you have seen AgMark. These are in India. Process certification, I'm sure you're aware, organic is process certification. Global Gap is a, good agricultural practice is a process certification. There are service certification. You can certify a training service. You can certify an education service. System certification, most of you are aware because that's the most popular one today. ISO 9001, ISO 14001, ISO 22000, whole lot of them, which are usually called ISO certificates. When you say ISO certificate in the market, that means you are having one of the management system certifications. In fact, there are so many MS standards today. I sometimes jokingly say that ISO has become a factory of management system standards. And there is something called personal certification as well. You can certify a person for his competence. I myself was involved in developing a yoga professional certification scheme, which operates today under the name of Yoga Certification Board, and I'm a member of the board, and which has gone international. It was done in 2015 on the occasion of the first International Yoga Day. Welders are certified typically, lift operators are certified. Globally, this certification is taking place. And it's very popular where There's no formal education. When you are an engineer, you are a doctor, you've got formal education. You don't need any further certification perhaps. But when you're an electrician, you are a plumber, you are a mason, you could acquire those skills and those knowledge from any kind of route. You could be on the job, it could be training, it could be observing your father, things like that. So therefore, personal certification is more popular in the informal sector. Now, how do you distinguish what is an authentic certification body? What is an authentic validation verification body? I am talking of VVP because it's usually in GHG space and sustainability space, you will hear more and more about VVP as well. Now, initially, if you look at the history, especially in India and developing economies, the government set up standards bodies. In West, the standard bodies are driven by the private sector, industry-led. But in developing countries, industry was not so strong. So government stepped in and said, okay, we'll set up a certification, standards body. Those standards body also engage in certification. So all around you look at, say, India, BI is doing certification, or in Bangladesh, or in Sri Lanka, or even in African countries, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, the certification bodies, standards bodies are involved in certification as well, both product as well as management system. But one big change in India also and many countries has been the advent of ISO 9001, because that opened up certification to private sector like nothing before. And now you find that a whole lot of certification bodies are there in the private sector. In fact, in developed countries today, certification or conformity assessment even is regarded as non-governmental activity. It's not for government to get involved. Government should only get involved in regulation, not in conformity assessment. That's how regulators have begun to rely on third-party, agencies. It's also happening in India. For example, we have PNGRB, which is oil and gas regulator, or we have Food Authority, or we have CDSCO, which is drugs and medical devices. For medical devices, it has the concept of notified bodies. Bureau of Energy Efficiency is relying on third-party bodies for testing, as well as for the standards and labeling program, that is the star rating program. Now, when these bodies are governmental, you have some confidence because government is seen to be neutral, seen to be not commercially driven, and therefore seen to be following rules. Even though our faith in government is not very high, we think it's inefficient. But fine, even then, this confidence is there that they'll be neutral and they'll be, impartial. But what about the private sector? How does one distinguish a private sector body? Can you distinguish by brand or name? Well, maybe yes, you can. If Tatas are running a certification body, you think, okay, Tatas is a big name, would follow rules. Incidentally, Tata does have a certification body called TQCert. But that's not the right way. What happens to tomorrow if I set up a certification body, Anil Johri Certification Service? What happens to me? I don't have brand value. I'm not known in the market. So how do I get to establish my credentials? And that is done through what is called accreditation. Just the definition here for you. Again, coming from the same standard ISO 17000, which is a standard for glossary of terms for conformity assessment related activities. Third party attestation, which means independent. Manufacturer or service provider is the first party, buyer or user is the second party, and third party is somebody who's independent of both of them. He's not involved in that transaction. He has no interest in that transaction. So third party always implies independent. Related to a conformity assessment body, you have understood already what is conformity assessment: lab, inspection body, certification body, VVB, conveying formal demonstration of its competence. So you have to be competent. If you are doing ISO 9000 certification, you have to be competent in 9000 certification. If you are doing validation verification, you have to be competent in that area, in the GHG area. So that is one pillar. Second pillar is impartiality. When you're evaluating bodies, evaluating industry, whether it's a testing lab, whether it's an inspection body, whether it's a certification body, whether it's a validation verification body, it has to be impartial. It cannot be partial. It cannot be, having an easy process for one client and a difficult process for another because he doesn't like the second client. And third is consistency of operation. If you do certification, for example, ISO 9001, you follow the same process again and again and again and again. And you follow the same process all over the world. It's not that in India, you can do a one-day audit and grant a certificate. In US, you do a 5-day audit. No. Or you differentiate between one client and another who have the same, factory, same size, same production, same product, and you do the audits differently. So these are the three pillars on which accreditation is based: competence, impartiality, and consistent operation. Please remember one thing, because we are using accreditation in other ways also in India and elsewhere. There's something called healthcare accreditation. NABH, I'm sure you've heard of NABH. That's healthcare accreditation. NABH goes directly to the hospitals. Or you've heard of NAC, which does accreditation of educational institutions. Here again, NAC goes directly to the educational institutions. So this is equivalent to certification in ISO definition. Because the accreditation body in ISO definition accredits the conformity assessment bodies only, which means labs, certification bodies, inspection bodies, validation verification bodies. Nothing else. So the accreditation bodies like where I was CEO, NABCB or NABL or other lab accreditation bodies, they do not go to the industry directly. They go one level, they are one level removed from the industry. We don't interact with the industry. We interact only with certification bodies or inspection bodies or labs. So please take care and remember that when we talk about accreditation in the context of conformity assessment, it means different than it is in healthcare or it is in education. Now, the question is, who is supervising this system, the globally? How do I rely on an X inspection body or a Y certification body or a Z? Now, please remember again that ISO is setting standards, but is not involved at all in conformity assessment. It only provides standards. But there are times when I see people claiming ISO authorized by ISO, so things like that. You can straight away, assume that this is a misleading, fraudulent claim. But there are fortunately two bodies available internationally. One is called International Accreditation Forum, which was established in 1993. It's an association of accreditation bodies, and it handles certification, validation, and verification. Only these three activities. NABCB is a member from India. There's another body called International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, ILAC. Again, association of accreditation bodies. It handles inspection and testing. And now from India, there are actually 4 members, NABL, and in last 2 years, 3 more bodies have come. Something called QAI, FDAS, and IQS. In fact, IQS is now already recognized by ILAC. So we have 4 internationally equivalent accreditation bodies in India today. Now, many countries are having a single national accreditation body. Many of them is by compulsion, like Bangladesh or Sri Lanka, because accreditation is a small business. You won't have too many clients. How many certification bodies will there be in India? Maybe 200, 300. How many inspection bodies will be there? Maybe 400, 500. So it's not really a profitable business in that sense. Private sector will move in wherever there is profit. Lab accreditation has huge potential in India, but private sector has moved in only in the last 5 years. Before that, it was NABL, monopoly of NABL for so many years. But once the market has been built, private sector now thinks, oh, there is a possibility here. So they have entered. In Europe, it is by law. Europe passed a law in 2008, called 765 by 2008. There is a single national accreditation body in each country. But many countries are having multiple accreditation bodies. USA is prime example of free trade, free market. Canada, Japan, Korea, and now India, of course. India has multiple now accreditation bodies. As you can see, there are 5: NABCB, NABL, QAI, FDS, and IQS. Now, this international bodies have developed a system. There are regional bodies. Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation is the one which relates to India. There's one in Europe, there's one in Americas, there's one in Africa, there's one for Arab countries. So there are a number of regional bodies. And they evaluate. IF evaluates the regional bodies evaluate the accreditation bodies evaluate the conformity bodies. So as you can see, the entire system operates on evaluation. And as we say jokingly in our community, we trust in God, rest all have to show evidence. But please remember, this system is voluntary. IF is voluntary, ILAC is voluntary. The entire system is voluntary. It provides an authentication. If you are part of this system, it is sure that you are a genuine certification or an inspection body or a lab or a VVB. Because you have been evaluated, you have been accredited, the accreditation body has been evaluated, the regional body has been evaluated. But please remember, while this is a voluntary system, increasingly governments are relying on this system. This system is being referenced even in free trade agreements. I have been part of free trade negotiations with Singapore way back in 2003, and as late as recently with USA, UK, and at every place we are talking of accepting, lab test reports or accepting certification or accepting inspection coming from these kind of bodies which are part of this IF-ILAC system. So please remember this, that this system is voluntary. There's no law which requires you as an inspection body to get accredited. You can operate without accreditation. It doesn't require you to go to any of these bodies which are part of ILAC. You can go to anywhere, and there are accreditation bodies claiming to operate, or there are genuine accreditation bodies also operating outside. You can go anywhere. There's no obligation legally. But when regulator says, FSI says that you should have NABCB accreditation or NABL accreditation, then this becomes compulsion to operate in that sector. But otherwise, you can still operate in the market. So governments are increasingly relying on this system. So this represents a very, very good system where you should be part of. To show it pictorially, as you can see here, IF and ILAC are at the top. The regional bodies I have shown 3 are second layer. So IF, ILAC evaluate these 3 bodies once in 4 years. And I have been an IF evaluator as well in my past life. Then the regional bodies evaluate the accreditation bodies. So NABCB and NABL and QAI or FDAS or IQS, they all undergo an evaluation every 4 years. I have been myself an APAC evaluator as well. And then accreditation bodies evaluate certification bodies or inspection bodies or labs at a defined frequency. It could be 1 year. It usually is 1 year for certification. It could be 2 years. maximum gap is allowed 2 years. So in 2 years, there has to be an assessment. And the certification bodies or VVBs, they evaluate down the line either a product or a process or a service or a management system or a person, whoever. And these are the standards on the side which are listed. Now, the thing to understand is at the bottom, the standard which applies to the product or process or system. Let's take example of ISO 9001, which is such a popular standard. So if you implement ISO 9001 in a factory in India, and you get certified by a certification body which follows 1721, which is accredited by an accreditation body which follows 17011, say NABCB, which is evaluated by 8PAC, which is evaluated by IFILAC. So now two things are assured. One, the standard applied in the factories is common, ISO 9001, all over the world. And the manner of certifying is also common because you are coming through the same system. So a certificate in India becomes acceptable globally by this system. A certificate in US becomes globally acceptable. So this is the beauty of, I think, the USP of the IFILAC system, that it provides international equivalence. And we should be proud of the fact that our accreditation bodies, be it NABCB, be it NABL, be it QAI, FDAS, IQS, they have all achieved international equivalence. We are on the forefront as accreditation bodies. I think there was a study which listed India as 5th around the world in terms of accreditation. The accreditation system of India was ranked 5th, which is a great news for us. Now, apply this to the product. Let us see, there's a product standard. Let's say electric iron. Electric iron safety standard actually is an IEC standard. It's common all over the world. So if you are a producer of electric iron, you are getting it tested through an accredited lab, 1725. It becomes tradable to any country which is following IEC standards, isn't it? That is the way free trade takes place. That's why these systems figure in the free trade negotiations. That's how products in Europe move around. That's how products in ASEAN countries move around. They have a regional MRA kind of system, and the products can freely move around. So this is the beauty of this system, which helps trade. To give you an example of how important conformity assessment is, because we normally talk about, oh, international standards so difficult to follow. We talk about the industry, whether it's pharma, whether it's medical devices. But how important conformity assessment is should be clear from here. We all know there's gold jewelry. We all know that there's 18 karat or 22 or 24 karat jewelry. We know that there's a hallmarking system operated by BIS. We also know that there is the same standard, same purity level followed all over the world, whether you buy gold in India or US or in Dubai. Yet India's hallmarking system is not acceptable overseas. Why do you think that is? When we are following the same standard, the purity is same. Why is it not acceptable? Very simple reason. BIS chose to create a standard for assaying center, which are testing labs in a way, which test purity, and assess them against that standard, rather than follow the international standard, which is ISO 17025. And therefore, we go out of the international system. So it happened a couple of years back. India is negotiating with the UK, still negotiations are going on. They wanted to negotiate on gems and jewelry. I was called in. And I said, okay, hallmarking system will not be accepted by UK. So I spoke to CEO NABL. I asked him, do you have any assaying centers who may voluntarily have taken accreditation? He said, yes, we have. And he gave me a list of 50 plus assaying centers which are accredited by NABL. And I handed over that list to Commerce. And I said, please tell UK, please accept assaying reports from these 50 labs. Forget about hallmarking. So you find another way. And UK was willing to talk on that subject. So that's how we can, the gems and jewelry manufacturers, the council was very happy because they wanted, they were facing a problem that any jewelry which goes to England from the airport or from wherever it is received, it goes straight to Birmingham where there's an assaying center. And after it is assayed, only it is released. So now they have much less risk. If the reports are accepted from India, there's much less risk of rejection, bringing those products back, etc. I'm sure recently you saw the news of mangoes from India going to US and getting rejected there on account of some paperwork failure. And they had to be destroyed because now what do? Mangoes are perishable goods. You can't bring them back. And so they had to be destroyed. So the liability for rejection can be huge on the exporter. So they have to be careful. So that's how, that's the power of conformity systems. Please remember, it's not merely enough to comply with international standard. You must comply with international standard in internationally acceptable ways. That is conformity assessment. Now, this is one oversight available, IF and ILAC, as I explained to you. But there are certain voluntary organizations which are available. For example, there's something called ICL Alliance, which is a membership organization of sustainability standards owners. You can become a member if you own a sustainability standard or certification. You can become a member, and they have an evaluation system. In fact, I have done some evaluations for ICL Alliance. So they do evaluate the certification schemes, sustainability certification schemes. Similarly, for the carbon market, there is something called Integrity Council market, ICVCM. There have been concerns about the voluntary carbon market, about the integrity of credits issued, etc. So they have created a mechanism by which they are assessing the carbon crediting programs around the world. Now, who provides standards for these conformity assessment activities? That's normally ISO, as I have shown in that earlier slide also. And IF and ILAC have an MOU with ISO, so they work jointly. Incidentally, IF and ILAC are merging into a single body called Global Accreditation Cooperation in January 2026 or maybe April. But please remember, this is where the point I want to make. Why IF ILAC is one method of oversight. ICL Alliance is another method. ICVCM is another method. But sometimes the regulators may decide to specify their own requirements. For example, I work with UNFCCC CDM accreditation panel and now Article 6.4 accreditation panel. They have their own accreditation system, the own accreditation standard, which is much stricter than the standard ISO 17029 for VVPs. For example, in India, APITA is doing organic accreditation also. It's not relying on NABCB. It says it uses 17065, but it has its own sets of requirements. So there are instances where regulators may have their own system of accreditation. Same is true of voluntary scheme owners. When there are voluntary certification scheme or voluntary GHG programs, they may have their own system of accrediting CBs for their program. For example, FSC, Forest Stewardship Council, has an AB. It owns an AB, and it's a separate body called ASI, Assurance Services International. I actually work for ASI as the accreditation committee member. So they have designated ASI. Some more scheme owners like Marine Stewardship Council, like Aquaculture Stewardship Council, like RSP on palm oil, they have designated ASI as the sole accreditation body around the world. It's not part of IF system. It follows the same standard, but it has additional rules also. It follows its own rules. But the fact remains is that the most common is reliance on ISO standards. But while reliance on ISO standards may be common, reliance on IF system may not be so common. For example, even SA 8000, I'm sure you've heard of Social Accountability 8000. They have their own accreditation system. They accredit certification bodies directly. They don't rely on IF system. But largely the IF system operates. IF ILAC system is very popular. Many regulators rely on it. Many scheme owners rely on it in sustainability space, in climate action space. So it's a good way for any certification inspection body. It's good to hold this accreditation. Additionally, you want to be in Article 6.4, you can go to UNFCCC, apply there and get accredited again. You want to be in sustainability space like forestry, Forest Stewardship Council or Marine Stewardship Council, you go to ASI. There are additional costs, no doubt, but that's how the system is. So you should be aware that there are a number of methods prevalent in the market which are operating, and you should be aware of those. So that's what I've explained to you. The advantage of ISO standards and IF ILAC system also is that it provides for international equivalence, which may not be possible if APITA is doing accreditation. You may have to talk bilaterally to have equivalence. They have equivalence, but it is done bilaterally. It doesn't come automatically. Whereas IF ILAC system, I mean, not absolutely automatically, but yes, nearly automatically you can be accepted in, as I said, in free trade agreements, etc. Even, for example, UNFCCC is doing its own accreditation. UNFCCC accreditation is accepted by many countries. Many countries designate VVBs in their own country, saying if you are CDM accredited, Article 6.4 is new. I think only one body has been accredited till now, but under CDM, which was very common. As I said, that some scheme owners are also designated their own accreditation bodies, like ASI in Bonn or SA 8000. So these are the systems you should be, aware of. As a conformity system body, you should be aware of where the business potential lies, where you can go. As users also, as industry, you should also be aware that you are going to the right certification body, because there are a whole lot of certification bodies operating in India who will grant you certificate for anything, whether they are authorized or not. So you have to be careful. So as a business, if you are in the business, what do you do? First thing is, I always emphasize, please identify, are you in a regulated sector? Is the sector regulated? If it is not regulated, is your product having health or safety or environment implications? Then be prepared, someday it will be regulated. India has brought out a lot of regulations in the last 5-6 years. If you see something called QCOs, a lot of people are talking about QCOs, both sides of the fence. It's critical also, in favor also. But a lot of regulations have come. So you should be careful what you are making, what is your product? Does it have health implications? Does it have safety implications? Look for regulations. If not in India, outside, you are certainly going to run into regulations. So keep yourself updated, keep an eye on regulations coming up. These are, I'm talking of product regulations, but sustainability related regulations are also coming in. For example, in Europe, you have heard of CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or EUDR, deforestation regulation, which is affecting our, many of our products, steel, coffee, many of them. So that's another set of regulations that you should be careful about. Third is the voluntary standards, ISO 9001. Many buyers are asking ISO 9001. So here in regulations, you have no option. You have to comply if you want to access a particular market. You have to comply with domestic regulation if you want to survive in India. But in voluntary certifications, you have an option. You decide based on the business potential, based on what returns it will bring you, whether you want to invest in that area or not. But in general, my recommendation would be seek accredited conformity assessment as a business, accredited lab, accredited certification body under IFILX system. Whether you're operating domestic market, you are operating overseas market. That's the safest thing to do as a business for you. But you should also be clear that regulators may designate their own conformity assessment bodies with or without accreditation. Scheme owners may have their own accreditation bodies, as I have already shown. So you should be aware of that. One good way of knowing whether the body is accredited or not, the test report or the inspection report or the certificate issued to you should carry the logo of the accreditation body. That will be the first sign that it is accredited. Governmental certification you can accept without accreditation also. For example, BIS product certification is so huge, it is compulsory also in 800 plus standards, but BIS has not gone for accreditation. So, well, it is still acceptable. It's still a third party, it's a governmental body. Although it may face challenges in the global market, you get certified under BIS, but you are not accepted abroad because BIS is not accredited. That's an issue that needs to be looked into. But please be aware that the market is full of unauthentic, even fraudulent certificates and very dubious certification bodies. Fortunately, now IF has created a global database, which I have given here. You can go to this database and you can check your certificate. Does it figure here? If it doesn't figure here, you have a problem at hand. So please beware of certification bodies. Please look at what are authentic certification bodies or VVBs. As I said, regulator designated, number 1. IFILX system, number 2. Some scheme owner designated. You go to their website, every scheme owner would have a list of bodies which it has authorized, whether it's relies on IF system or not. So these are the 3 sources which are good for you to go to. You can be safe, you can be assured that you're going to a genuine, authentic conformity assessment body. So to conclude, I would say that there is a global focus on environment, sustainability, ESG, climate action. Businesses are under pressure to demonstrate action. There are regulations on greenwashing. Please remember, there's a regulation on greenwashing in India also, which was issued last year. So you are being asked to demonstrate in independent ways whatever claims you are making. There's a need for independent verification of claims, independent certification. And accreditation is, of course, one very important tool which provides you this assurance that you are going to the right body. As I said, largely rely on IFILX system, but look at government or regulator who he has designated, look at the scheme owners who they have designated. In the absence of these two, best is to go to accredited bodies under IFILX system and be aware of unauthentic certificates. There's a huge maladies globally, especially in India, of certificates which have no value, which are just a piece of paper. They will look beautiful, but they are dubious, they are unauthentic. And in the hands of an intelligent buyer, you will face a rejection. With that, I conclude my presentation. I'm sorry I'm not present with you physically because I'm traveling abroad. But if you have any questions, please pass them on to the organizers. They'll come back to me. I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, accreditable independent verification strengthens the integrity and disclosure, which assures the authenticity against greenwashing. So yes, the claims that are accurate and transparent are in a true sense authentic assurance. Thank you very much, sir. Kindly, we request you to accept our token of appreciation. So here comes the twist and the most important part. We have a quiz. So let's test your knowledge on the World Environmental Day. We have a quiz which we will display the questions. It will have the options. You will have to immediately answer the option in the chat box. The first answer which we get is the one which is the winner. Here we go. The answering time you have is 30 seconds. So we begin on the mark of 1, 2, 3. Which of the following is not a greenhouse gas? Option A, carbon dioxide. Option 2, that is B, nitrogen, or C, methane, or D, nitrous oxide. Time has already begun. So the correct option is B. Now we move on to our second speaker, the technical speaker number 1, who will be discussing the environmental management systems and effective implementations of environmental management system. Let me just introduce Mr. Yogesh Jain. Yogesh Jain sir is the director and chief consultant in Niche Quality Solutions Private Limited, India. He is B in mechanical, masters in consultancy management, MTech in future studies and planning. Sir has specialized and experience in mechanical certified lead auditor for 2MS energy environmental management system, OSHA's ISO 45000, FSSC 22000, BRC, HACCP, ISO 27001 information security. He is a certified internal auditor for IATF 16949, AS9100, ISO TS 22163, ISO 50001, ISO 37001. He is also a trainer for ZED Sigma, Six Sigma Green Belt, Black Belt core tools. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
So I am going to talk about enhancing ISO 14001 2015 implementation, and we will take it to beyond compliance related matter. My introduction, madam, is already given. So 14001 is prevalent since 1996, got revised into 2006, 94, and then 2006. I'm mixing up some years, and the latest version is 2015. Now, several organizations have gone for ISO certifications on environmental management system, but we generally go by the basic laid down principle of developing a policy, developing objectives, going by aspect impact studies, etc., etc. The new concept of developing strategy behind taking the standard, integrating the strategy into our business processes, and ensuring the sustainability wholly or in a holistic way needs to be seen, and that is going to take us beyond compliance. So you will be getting compliance and getting certified, but if you are able to integrate them, your journey towards sustainability becomes better. ISO 14001 and 45001 happens to be base standards for any sustainability related matter. If they are done well, you need not get troubled on implementing ESG related issues in a later period with such much of headache. So there are certain challenges even in environmental policy. The statement says that we should go with strategic direction in mind and develop the policy accordingly. Generally, I have seen the policies are taken with copy paste arrangement, and some policies for industrial organizations mention biodiversity, where the industry happens to be in the notified industrial area and there is no scope for biodiversity related improvement or biodiversity related commitment that can be made by the organization. Similarly, I have seen various industries take up objectives on water, and they do not have any water consumption throughout their processes, be it a plastic injection molding company or similar things like. It's a domestic water that they might be using in toilets and maybe for drinking water purposes, where the quantity of possibility of saving, definitely it is there, but it is not going to be as large as an industry which is guzzling water might be having. So we should ensure that our strategic elements point towards environmental priorities, ensuring policy. If we give respect to the policy and develop the policy accordingly, take our employees on board about it, then every word would make meaning about it. As I told you, we have to integrate EMS into business processes. Is a buzzword. Various sections of ISO ask for it, but we have only management representative related procedures of documentation or management review or internal audit made commonized. Other processes are not so much integrated. For example, you are into production, you might add 1 or 2 lines on how the waste is going to be put into segregated bins, or you might have some matters concerning with labeling and the lip services paid. Ideally, if there is a release from processes, if those releases are scientifically monitored and measured, if actions are taken to reduce the impact of theirs, even if it is not a compliance requirement, you are ideally doing the good work on the environmental side. In doing so, you might improvise your processes and save on your costly resources going in the volatile form in the air without actually reacting or without actually giving you the product. So the investment on the right side of integrating EMS into business processes would be very helpful. Similarly, on water side, we have seen that people conserve water through ETP and STP. A lot of things can be done on the process side. Yes, large size chemical plants, paper plants have been doing it, but a holistic approach for other industries can also be talking on and working on water related conservation from the process side, integrating it effectively into their business processes. So monitoring of emission and implementing of responsible production process is the key. Empowering personnel for EMS effectiveness. Generally, when we go for training, the people start relaying their personal experiences of going with a cloth bag in the market so that polythene bag is not to be asked from the shopkeeper. Most of the cities have banned the use of plastic bags to be delivered to the customer. But all these are personal actions. Coming to the company, what kind of packaging they are using? Lot of stretch films are used, lot of plastic pellets are used, lot of environmental challenging products are used. Are we doing anything over there? Is there a possibility of phasing those things out? Are we thinking in the first place not to use it in the first place? Those things need to be really discussed besides basic training, because these basic trainings are definitely a part of school curriculum now, and they are doing a very good job when they are working on sustainable development goals. So we have to work on empowering personnel for EMS effectiveness. We need to sensitize personnel on reducing waste generation per kg or per kg per ton of product processed. We need to develop continuous awareness session, maybe for 15 minutes to 1 hour, and that is going to be quite effective. 4 hours to full day generally becomes too heavy on any person to carry back. So any small training session or message session, if I can say so, would be more effective, and that will generate some kind of awareness. We can ask for suggestion. If those suggestions are very good, we can implement those suggestions. We can go some extra miles to implement those suggestions and put one-time cost to it, and definitely it will give you a lot of payback in long run. You need to lead by example. I have seen companies do not allow us printing of the draft of manual or procedure. They say that the company does not have policy. unless it is finalized and unless it has to be submitted or an auditor needs to review it physically, then only we will be printing it. Otherwise, our company does not allow. So such kind of initiatives must come into organizations. A paper in is costing hardly 250 rupees, but the amount of environmental challenge in the production of it, something like 1:22 is what is the resource requirement as compared to 1 kg of paper. We need 22 times of resource to be used on the raw material side, and that is the load that we put on the environment because of that. So if you have such kind of policies where you prevent organizing people working against the environment, and people are sensitized all across the level, monitored, the consolidated communication goes, and people are able to understand. Superiors follow it. So leading by example is very much prevalent. Then the down the level team will definitely follow the same. Climate change is a requirement, was introduced in 2021, and practically all the standards are asked to introduce these requirements into their external internal issues and needs and expectation of interested parties. I've seen some very good certifying bodies, besides asking for single line insertion in their internal external issues, they are asking to work on all the processes where climate change might be affecting, and what are the responses the organization would be planning in 1 year time, 3 years time, 5 year time. And people come up with document after being pointed out by the certifying body. So climate change as a mandatory requirement can be a lip service and can be considered as an opportunity for integrating it into our business processes effectively, so that the contribution of the organization towards mitigating climate challenge is going to be taken care. Similarly, risk assessment from identification of environmental vulnerabilities is an area which is not very well understood, as we have seen in the market. There are a lot of international developments. People have to be aware of those developments. If those developments are going to convert into regulation after X years, but if you know those challenges and incorporate those things into your system already, probably the cost of incorporating them at regulatory stage will be much lesser, and you will reap the benefit of introducing these things right now. So you have to incorporate them into your risk and opportunity matrix, work upon what is possible from payback angle or from environmental commitment angle, and then see how it can be worked upon. Similarly, as the risk is a direct partner with opportunity, we can talk of opportunity also in the similar way. We need to develop specific mitigation strategies on hazardous waste generation reduction, on emission to air. These are something which are not very easy to identify. On water pollution, and there is a lot of possibility over there. Besides these, when we consider as flora, fauna, those things are not well taken, but there are industries which are sprawling in large campuses like steel plant, your cement plant, and their mitigation strategies of reduction of small nature in their operations of production of 10,000 tons of steel on a daily basis or 8,000 tons of cement on daily basis would become a large factor. So those mitigation strategies must be pronounced from the top management several times in various communication, be it town hall meeting or be it one-to-one communication. Some kind of slogan must be there in any official communication they do, which will prompt the people to work upon it. Adopting a life cycle perspective, we had a full session. ICS organized it, and I got a chance to speak upon it. From cradle to grave approach, if you work on how raw material from, let us say, iron ore to getting the sheet metal product for a automotive component, and finally converting it into automotive product, that is a vehicle, finally to going to scrap and maybe recycled it, is the whole life cycle perspective we can think of. So if you know where we can work on various stages, and where the energy can be reduced, where the efforts can be reduced, where the wastage can be reduced, and whatever items we are taking from our vendors, what kind of environmental benefit we can look at by reducing certain energy or waste in the process, is going to go a long way. And for that, we have to adopt a life cycle perspective, effectively not looking at only the cost of the product or component coming from the supplier or in the supply chain from principal to the downstream companies like dealers and distributors and even service agencies. I was shocked to understand that Toyota has a washing system wherein they can wash a car by just 1 liter of water. When I inquired, can I get that service? My own dealership, that service center, told nobody opts for it, so we discontinued this service. So some kind of free services should be given so that people get awareness, and that would go a long way. So adopting a life cycle perspective in raw material sourcing, in manufacturing, in distribution, during transportation and packaging, from child part suppliers towards distribution and service delivery organizations, those things can be worked out. So what are the benefits of comprehensive EMS implementation? Possibility of 30% resource reduction. Now you apply everything. Reduction in rejection, reduction in rework, applying some kind of TPM methodology, applying Kaizen, and anywhere and everywhere, wherever you work on Six Sigma, whatever tool you use, if there is a possibility of resource reduction, environment will also be benefited. Energy saving, whole new standard has come up with management of energy, which is ISO 50001, beautifully set out standard, and companies are going for it. Besides, before that standard also companies were getting benefits, but with this management framework is also now available. 40% water conservation. So this is possible to decrease in water consumption. People have realized, and in some cases it has gone to up to 80%, 90%. Even in 5-star or restaurants, you are not allowed, or there is no wash basin at all. You have to use your spoon and fork, and drinking water is served in glass, which is half full or 3/4 full, and they are much sensitized on water conservation. I once went to Marriott Raipur, and I came to know that the amount of water their washing machine or washing system uses is 1/10 of the normal water which other local hotels might be using. So those people have become responsible. Therefore, their operations have become very, very cost effective, and they are reaping in profits because of that. So 5-star does not mean that they must be resource guzzling. In fact, it is the other way around. They have various mechanisms to work on reduction strategies, which is going to help them as well as environment. 20% cost savings on overall operational cost reduction is what organizations have been able to achieve. So organizations that fully embrace life cycle thinking can significantly reduce resource use, energy consumption, water usage, emissions to the environment. These environmental improvements typically translate to substantial cost saving, creating a win-win situation for both business and environmental objectives. Moving beyond compliance to environmental leader. This is a requirement of the day. Basic compliance. Most organizations do well with regulatory compliance, but we have to go beyond. Whatever challenges or whatever discussions are going on in Azerbaijan COP meetings or Europe or America or carbon markets, let us have a keen ear towards that and improve our processes, integrate strategies into our business processes towards environmental saving and work on benefits. So strategic integration is very important, life cycle thinking is very important. Then you will be having a good environmental leadership. With this, I think I have delivered my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. In a true sense, Paryavarana Rakshata Satata Vikasa Siddhyate. A proper environmental management is the route to sustainable development and cornerstone of responsible business conduct. Thank you, sir. We request you to please accept our token of appreciation. A stitch in time saves 9. Timely actions is what we are talking about now. This is about managing energy use. So our next technical speaker, Mr. Jayant Shiradkar, will help us explore the ISO 15001 and energy management systems to reduce the carbon footprint. Over to you, sir. In a short, the introduction of Mr. Jayant Shiradkar is, he is a consultant, trainer and auditor in Galaxy Inklings. He is a BE Electrical and a certified energy auditor, that is a BEE certified. He is an IRCA lead auditor and trainer for multiple ISO standards. His area of specialization and experience is over more than 500 training sessions across 23 countries. He is a principal consultant to QCI, BEE, UNIDO, GIZ, World Bank. He is also an expert in decarbonization, GHG accounting, ESG, BRSR. Sir has several awards in which he is a principal consultant for national and international sustainability initiatives. He is the author to the courses of Intertech, SGS, TOV Nod, lead verifier and validator of ISO 14064, ISO 14046, ESG and GRI. Welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Team ISC, for making me a part of Paryavartan 2. And I'm very glad to be here today, sharing my thoughts on ENMS ISO 50001 and the sustainability perspective. So this is a quick overview of ENMS ISO 50001. You all know that ENMS ISO 50001 talks about energy management system, how we are going to manage our energy, and that's all about ISO 50001. Using energy efficiently helps organization saving the energy bills, but it is the only purpose for it, or it is something beyond that. Yes, we can conserve resources like fossil fuel, even water. We are generating the electricity from the thermal power plants, and water is being used, and water is also a precious resource. And if we conserve the fossil fuels, of course, we can tackle the climate change, we can have our share in the climate change action. ISO 50001 supports organizations in all sectors to use energy more efficiently through the development of the energy management system. As the other standard, the quality management system or environmental management system, this is also a management system works on a principle of continual improvement. Okay, so the organizations having the other standards already implemented, they can easily integrate this with the existing management system. ISO 50001 provides a framework of requirements of organizations to develop the policy for efficient use of energy, fix the targets, objectives to meet the policy, use the data to better understand and make a decision which will be an informed decision about energy use, measure the result, review how well the policy works, and continually improve the energy performance as well as energy management. Why we should go for? Because ISO 50001 will help you to increase your profitability by reducing, optimizing your energy consumption, legal and tax advantages. Though we are in a developing countries nation, we do not have carbon taxes and other taxes. But as you know, the things like PAT scheme and CCT has already started, and there will be a taxation on carbon and energy uses. Okay, it has been already started for some designated consumer. So this standard helps you for planning for the tax and the legal to meet the legal requirements, reduce waste, improve workplace, customer loyalty, public response, sustainability, awards and recognition, regulatory compliance, risk management, increase brand value, and most important, this is the right thing to do. It is said that we are at the last decade of the action against the climate change. And unfortunately, the first 5 years of this decade have already gone. So we are really left with a couple of years for working against climate change to restrict the climate change to become irreversible. Still, there is a time when we can make this change reversible. So what is the need? Increasing the industrialization and urbanization calls for more fossil fuel. More excessive use of fossil fuel causes more GHG emission, and more GHG emission is responsible for the climate change. And the need is to fight against the climate change. You know, there are international associations, international agreements, okay, for against the climate change. And one of the important milestones is the Paris Conference, International Climate Agreement, happened in 2015 in Paris, where all the 196 countries unanimously agreed, okay, on the whatever the decision have been taken, and unanimously all the world is going together to fight this. That was the first climate change conference where every country has declared their intended nationally determined contribution, INDCs. India has also given the INDC for our country. Okay, what is that? We will see on the next slide. But the main important thing is to keep the temperature well below 2 degrees Celsius, as much as possible to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and to achieve net zero emissions in the second half of this century. And international cooperation, like to have a floor fund of $100 billion for all the developing countries, and the technology transfer. These were the important outcomes of Paris Conference. I'm proud to say that India was very much aggressive on these demands. And yes, today it has been proving that this is helping to the entire world, not only India, all the developing countries. India, we had made some INDCs in that we have discussed that we will be having 40% plus share of renewable energy in our power generation by 2030, which we have achieved well before that. In 2022 only, we have achieved that. And then we have revised our target. Now our target is to reduce emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 level, and to achieve about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil by 2030. India has committed it. How this is going to happen? The answer is simple. Every industry from every sector has to contribute. When this ISO 50001 standard was formed, that time US Energy Secretary Stephen Chu, what said it? I mean, it made bold headlines that time. In fact, energy efficiency is not a low-hanging fruit, but it's a fruit that is lying on the ground. People say, I mean, people criticize first, but when they went to the standard, yes, this has been proved by the standard ISO 50001 because it has become so popular after ISO 9001. This is the second standard where the people, the countries are going for it. Many of the countries, they have made it standard as a mandatory standard. The examples are Germany, Ireland. And the focus of this standard to how to manage the energy, instead of focusing on improving the energy efficiency, this standard focus how we manage the energy. So most energy efficiency in the industry is achieved through changes in the how energy is managed in facility rather than through the installation of the new technology. And how this is possible? This is possible with the concept of energy performance, which has been coined by this standard. What is this? Energy performance comprises of three major things: energy use, energy consumption, and energy efficiency. If we work on these three fellows, we will get this energy intensity reduction free of cost, and we will also reduce our tons of CO2 equivalent of the GHG emission. We have to work only this. This is a beautiful concept tossed by ISO 50001, energy use, energy consumption, and energy efficiency. See, the standard is, suggesting you that instead of focusing only energy efficiency, you can use these two concepts of energy consumption and energy use to improve energy performance. The intended outcome of this standard is to improve the energy performance and to improve the energy management. And to work on the energy consumption is either a no cost or low cost. So the organizations are loving it. As the other ISO standards, they are based on plan, do, check, and act. Okay, this standard is also based on PDCA cycle, plan, do, check, act. At the center, you can see there is a leadership, and there are few clauses. Like in the plan, there are few clauses like context, leadership, planning, support operations, then performance evaluation in check and improvement in act. These are some actions. In planning, what I'm supposed to do, in do what I'm supposed to do, in check what I'm supposed to do, and in act what I'm supposed to do. These are the clause structures. What does it mean? In a brief, context 4, the clause number 4 talks about context. External, internal issues we need to identify related with the energy performance, energy and the organization purpose, and the ENMS. Here we classify the issue, positive or negative. And then we also determine the interested parties, their needs and expectation. We also determine the scope and boundary of the ENMS. In clause number 5, it is focused on the leadership, commitment, resource availability. Then to define the energy policy. What is energy policy? Energy policy is actually a commitment statement from the top management. See, all the ISOs are top-down approach. It cannot be bottoms-up approach. So commitment from the top management is very, very important. Okay, so energy policy is a commitment from the top management. Then energy team formation with assigned roles, responsibilities, and authorities. Implementing any ISO standard is like changing the culture of the organization, and it is not possible by one single person. Okay, so we need to have a team working together, a cross-functional team. So energy team with their assigned roles, responsibilities, and authorities. Then comes the clause number 6, and that is the heart of the ISO 50001, energy planning. Here we have to find out the risks and opportunities for my energy performance and then energy management system. Here in this clause, we also derive the objectives and target. Objectives are derived from the policy of the organization and also from the opportunities for the improvements identified. Okay. Then the clause number 6.3 talks about the energy review, and that is really, really hard. We have to analyze the past and present energy data and energy consumption. Based on that, we have to identify the significant energy uses, called as SEUs, in the organization, where to focus more. What matters for my organization, that is SEU. Determine the relevant variables, then determine the current energy performance of these significant energy uses. Then we need to determine the energy performance indicator. Like we have KPIs in other standard. Here in the standard, we have got ENPIs. Why ENPIs are required? Those are required for enabling the organizations to measure, monitor, and demonstrate the energy performance improvement. Then we have to have energy baselines also. For what? For the comparison purpose. And energy baselines, we can have the energy baseline for the absolute consumption as well as for the energy intensity. If we are not considering the energy intensity, it will be very difficult for us to demonstrate the energy performance. Then we have to have a data collection plan in place. Okay. In clause number 7, support, we're talking about resources, to determine the resources and to provide the resources. To determine the resources is a function of a tactical team, and to provide the resources is a function of a top management. So everyone has to be working in coordination. Then in this clause also, we are talking about competence, determining the skill of available manpower. Then what are the competencies required to implement this standard? So competency mapping, then training need identification, then training plan, then providing the training, everything. Awareness, this is for all the persons in the organization. Competence is for the persons who are working on the significant energy uses. We take care of communication also in this clause, both external and internal. We take care of the documentation, control of documents. In the documentation, what are the mandatory documents? What are the non-mandatory but required documents? Everything we take care in this clause number 7. Clause number 8 is another most important clause after clause number 6, energy planning. Here, we are implementing what we have planned. And in operations, I need to implement operational planning and control. I have to establish, communicate, implement, and document the operational control procedures, the implementation of it, with the critical operating parameters mentioned in it, in the log. I need to have the operation control procedure not only for operations, but for maintenance also. This is very, very important to ensure that my significant energy users are having the best energy performance. Okay. Then the clause in this clause number 8, 8.2 is design. This design is nothing to do with the product of the company, but this is talking about the new, modified, innovated facilities, equipment, systems, and processes. While in designing only, I need to think of energy efficiency. The same is in procurement. While procuring the material, because procurement is an opportunity to influence supply chain. It doesn't make a sense that now I'm purchasing equipment which is not an energy efficient one, and then I am retrofitting that equipment after a few years. There, it will be additional cost, not only cost, it will be additional time also. My process may get hampered. So instead of comparing the initial prices, the standard says that life cycle costing is to be considered. Then communicating the supplier that energy performance is one of the evaluation criteria. Quality, delivery, warranty, all are my performance criteria are there. But energy performance criteria is also additional criteria for the finalization of the vendor. So why this is? Because then the vendor will quote for the best energy efficient product. And finally, we need to have the energy specifications, not only for the significant energy users, but for the energy sources also. Like I'm purchasing coal, I should purchase the coal of what calorific value. I need to define that. Then clause number 9 is performance evaluation. In PDCA, this clause come in check. No new thing in this clause, but only I need to monitor, measure, analyze, and evaluate what I have done so far. Okay, I have to check whether I'm doing it correct or not. Here, most important points are deviation analysis, evaluation of compliance. Okay, deviation analysis, if my energy consumption is crossing my baseline, it gives me the alarm. In my deviation analysis, I need to write the reason for the deviation and after evaluation, I have to take action against it. In clause number 4.2, we have already identified the legal requirements and other requirement. Here, I'll take a stock of it, evaluate the compliance. Then we will conduct the internal audit also to monitor my energy performance and the energy management system health checkup within the organization. Then finally, whatever we have found here in internal audit, I need to present it to the management. So there will be a management review meeting, reporting the finding of internal audit to the top management. And finally, the clause 10 improvement. For this clause actually have 2 points, two subclauses: non-conformity and corrective action and continual improvement. In non-conformity, of course, as you know, correction, root cause analysis, corrective action, effectiveness of the corrective action, and then risk-based thinking. As you all of know that the now risk-based thinking have been amended into the standard. Okay. So risk-based thinking that is required for every level, on strategic level, on tactical level. Okay. So risk-based thinking, if we embed the risk-based thinking culture, okay, we will minimize the non-conformities. Okay, because today, as we all understand, there is nothing called as a preventive action in the standard. In place of that, risk-based thinking have come. Continual improvement. For this clause, literally, we don't have to do anything. We have to do the things whatever listed so far on cyclic basis. Okay, we have to demonstrate the continual improvement in energy performance and in the energy management system. This is a mandatory requirement. For this, we need to find out the opportunities for improvement on regular basis. For this, we need to have the objectives and target yearly basis and to achieve it, and hence the continual improvement happens. What is the relation between this ISO 50001 and ISO 14064? ISO 14064 is to determine the carbon footprints of your organization. It is the standard for GHG quantification and verification on organizational level, part 1, part 2 project level. ISO 50001 and ISO 14064 together form a powerful synergy for climate action and operational excellence. While ISO 50001 drives continuous improvement in the energy performance through a structured management system, ISO 14064 enables transparent and credible quantification and reporting of greenhouse gas emission. By integrating both, organizations can directly link energy saving to GHG reductions, enhance environmental accountability, and demonstrate real progress in sustainability. This alignment not only supports the compliance like BRSR or CCTS, but also builds the trust with the stakeholder and investors in carbon conscious economy. Implementing ISO 50001 is not just about energy saving, it's about driving the continuous improvement and embedding sustainability into core operations of the business. By aligning energy performance with the business goals, organizations gain competitive edge, reduce environmental impact, and strengthen the compliance. With a leadership commitment and a systematic approach, ISO 50001 paves the way for long-term resilience and innovation. Now, it is the time to turn energy efficiency from a cost center into the strategic advantage. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you very much again, the team IIC, for this opportunity to participate in Paryavartan 2. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Indeed, energy management systems help reduce energy wastage and emissions.
Thank you, team IIC, for
Thank you, sir. Indeed, energy management system help reduce wastage of energy, emissions, and supporting the sustainable development. This strengthens the ESG goal, isn't it? Yes. By improving the efficiency and by cost cutting and ensuring responsible resources. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to please accept our token of appreciation. Okay, participants, another twist. Now we have a quiz on the Environment Day, but we are going to test your knowledge on the global environmental bodies and their emissions. Here we go. Quiz number 2. Question 2. What is the full form of UNEP? Number 1. A option is United Nations Earth Project. B. United Nations Energy Program. C. United Nations Environmental Program. D. United Nations Environment Program. Again, there is a 30 seconds limitation. The correct option, answer D. So congratulations, those who have posted the correct answer. Moving further in our sessions, we invite the third technical speaker whose topic is greenhouse gas verification and validation, ISO 14064 scope 3 standard. Let me introduce Dr. Rakesh Kumar sir. Dr. Rakesh Kumar sir is President Society of Indoor Air. He is MTech in Environmental Science and Engineering from IIT Bombay with doctorate in Environmental Engineering. He was a former director of CSIR NEERI, a chief scientist and head at CSIR NEERI Mumbai, prior to which he was a mission director, CSIR headquarters, CCUS, an adjunct professor at IIT Bombay with more than 170 papers and 18 patents. He has lots of achievements and awards on his name. Commonwealth Commission Award from UK in 1994, Environmental Leadership Award USE AEP in 2005, Vasvik Award in 2012, and Hiyoshi Ecology Award in 2015. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dipti, for your introduction. Can I share the slides from my end?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you all see it now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So thank you. I think we have had multiple very good talks already, and many of these initial things, introduction of the whole concept has been introduced. I will try to do as much as possible for ISO 14064. And I hope that this whole process of understanding this may not be possible to do it in 15-20 minutes, but this is just a starting process. And if there are specific questions and related things that we can take it up later as we move forward. This all has been already said. So few other things which has been highlighted by other speakers as well. We have been now, experiencing a lot of things which are being talked about, which is heat stress. India particularly is in the heat stress related issues, and then fires, forest fires, and related news. Also, you must have all heard. What is happening is that earlier when we were talking about climate change and global environmental issues, we were always thinking that these are remote and abstract, meaning it will happen somewhere, may not be in our household, or maybe not in our region, maybe not in our cities or the villages. But now it's actually touching each and every aspect of the work that we do, and it's no more true that these impacts will happen elsewhere, which we have started experiencing in our country as well. Now, when we look at this whole concept of adaptation, because some of these things which are happening, it is not possible that you can address them right away through whatever control of GHG and related activities. But many of these will actually require adaptation measures, and for that, there are a whole lot of policy which have been adopted across the world, where 170 countries have written climate policies, and they're now looking at how to do implementation. But this implementation process is always very, very difficult thing to do because it involves so many sectors, right? So when we are talking about dealing with it, we first talk about how to build resilience, meaning how do we take care of ourselves as a human being, as well as all the biodiversity, all the earth systems that we have. How do we take care of them? And then for doing all of these resilient planning and implementation, what are the finances needed? And you will find that except few countries, most of the countries are experiencing limitation of finances. As per IPCC, developing countries will need about $127 billion per year by 2030 and $295 billion per year by 2050 to adapt to climate change. That's the kind of number that we are talking about. So when we look at whole impact that we are talking about, because it's linked to ISO's 14064 that where we are going to discuss, is that we are looking at almost everything, starting from ecosystem, relating to mountains, forests, rivers, and wetlands, which are giving water to us, farmland, which is giving food to us, cities where we live in terms of our air quality and water and heat stress that we experience, and the coasts which are getting impacted because of that. So I'll show you a couple of slides which are very important from what is happening across the world. So IPCC comes out with a lot of literature and a lot of reports in that. And after it has come out with all the reports, it prepares something called this. This is called summary for policymakers, because all of those documents which are very, very voluminous cannot possibly be easily read by a common person. So there is a document which is prepared, summary for policymakers, and I was involved in one of the negotiator from India, and we looked at each of the sectors. So industries, urban sectors, biodiversity sectors, forestry sectors, you name it, almost all sectors get discussed. But here we will just concentrate on industry. What was actually given in this summary for policymakers? So one of the strong statement comes says reducing industry emissions will entail coordinated action throughout value chain to promote all mitigation options. So here, when we say all mitigation options, most of the industries have yet not come to the terms that what all is all of it, part of it, what is applicable where, and that is what we will discuss as we go ahead. The second thing, which was also very important in this industry sector, in this IPCC document, is that we have to do different kind of approach. So one side is demand management. Second is energy and material efficiency. Energy, we just now saw the presentation which was made. Circular material flows, abatement technologies, how do you take care of greenhouse gases, and then bring transformational changes in production processes so that adoption of new or alternate production processes happen. To give you a simple example, that even the coffee processing earlier required about 3 to 4 steps to get your decaffeinated coffee, but now there are better technology available which can do it in one step. So that's the kind of transformation which is required. And finally, look at how they can be applied across regions and using different materials. The second part of industry related pointers in this IPCC document is how do we create action which will reduce industry sector emission, which will change the intensity of what the industries do in terms of GHG emission which they do, and can they do it across all the value that they create and all the value chain which is there, right? So if we can do it, it will have very high implication. It will give very high impact in terms of as we move forward, right? Just one second. This reallocation will have global impact, and it will also have very significant impact at national level. As the one which you see here, C5.3 SPM 38. These are the page number and the clauses which have been mentioned in these documents. It will have strong distributional effects on employment and economic structures. So all of these, the issues that we are talking about, saving the earth, saving forest, and everything, is important to understand that when we do that, while we are doing it, we will have a major impact, positive or negative, in terms of employment and economic. So if we do well, we will have better employment and better economic. If we don't, then both of these will get impacted. Policy packages must include, among other things, as we go ahead, socially inclusive phase out plans of emission intensive facilities within the context of just transitions. Here, the definition and context of just transition across and within the country can vary. So whatever India may be doing, it may not be valid for, say, Nepal, or it may not be valid for China. They can do it in their own way. And that is why it's important that using some generic standards, we bring in our own method of doing it while meeting the process. So when we come to ISO 14064, I thought I'll just pick up an example and go through because sometimes clauses may sound boring at times. So supposing there is a textile industry which is located in Gujarat, it's an integrated textile processing industry, and it does export, and primarily the export is to, say, for example, European countries. So most of the people that we talk to about ISO 14064, they do say this perceived irrelevance. Why should we do it? And one of the common sentences, they believe that GHG standards only apply to MNCs and large scale polluters and not to small and medium scale industries. The reason and this perception is something because we haven't gone into details of what is actually ISO 14001. So some of the clauses which are linked to these are, so I will not go into details, but this is what in 14064.1 clause 5 says: GHG principle of relevance and completeness, consistency, accuracy, transparency shall be applied in the quantification, monitoring, and reporting of GHG emissions and removals. So it covers almost everything. It's not leaving anything for guesswork. And similarly, clause 5 talks about verification and validation processes as we go ahead. So how do we implement it? The starting point has to be that we map the emission sources, including, say, for example, textile industry will have boilers. Boilers are basically scope 1 emissions, which are meaning it's within your own premises. Scope 2, for example, energy, which you may be obtaining from outside if you don't have your own energy generation system. And third party logistic, which is scope 3 emissions, meaning where the supply distribution chain is involved. But something which is off control to any industry is the scope 1 emissions starting. Then use DOG protocol for textile sector tools to estimate emissions. And there are a whole lot of emission factors now available from IPCC, as well as some refined ones from institution like DEFRA. Use those protocols to estimate your own emissions. And for doing that, appoint a sustainability lead from within the company. He or she may not be probably an expert in this, but it will be important that somebody is given one point of contact and responsibility so that the person starts acquainting himself and herself to get into this climate data management. And then while we are doing it, we should definitely do internal training. Now, what is the benefit one will get if we do all this? As it was pointed out from the previous presentation, that the first step, which is very, very strong step, is that you reduce energy cost and improve operational efficiency. The moment you have energy saving, you will definitely have operational efficiency improvement. And then it will be able to help you get to those government schemes of zero emissions, cleaner production. It will also support compliance of European Union regulation like CBAM, which is cross-border related taxes that they're doing, and CSRD. Enhances brand value and ESG image, prepare SMEs for BRSR and other things, which was also pointed out. Then what is important here is that it also opens opportunities in carbon credit and green finance markets. So if your system is in place, the chances are that as we go ahead, green finances will become easier to get. Last point is something which was already pointed out earlier. So what it does is that it will promote low carbon supply chain and cleaner industrial operations, which will align with India's target to create a carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. Now, why are we discussing this today in this Paryavartan thing is that India, having signed this agreement across with many countries, we need to also do it across different sectors. And as we go ahead for industry sector, we need to say, okay, out of this 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 sinking that we need to do, how much of that we can do from the industry sector? The other benefits are, of course, compliance with EU bio requirement for Scope 1 and 2 emissions. As I mentioned earlier, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive (CSRD) and CBAM latent mechanism is something which can be met by this textile industry. And then the moment we have started doing it, the chances of your product pricing also becomes more eligible for trading. Otherwise, it is always shrouded in I would say a box which will not be known to people, and therefore the trust will not be there. So overall, it actually leads to brand trust and credibility in sustainability audits, and it positions company for any ESG related financial incentive which can come. And of course, as we go ahead, green procurement programs become easy, and of course, low cost finances as we go ahead. The second major component of ISO 14064, which I thought I'll highlight here, is cost and infrastructure concern. And general perception is that implementation will require costly sensors, advanced software, third-party audits, and all of these clauses that you see here. It gives some kind of insecurity amongst industry people that, I'm going to incur quite a lot of cost, and therefore I should not go for this. Whereas when you go further, what is important here is for any industry that it is up to you to define your boundary where you want to do it. Many times industries are afraid that my boundary, if it is including my supplier as well as their distribution chains, the data is going to be humongous. One is that. Second thing, if the numbers are too high, what will I do about it, and how do I deal with it? So it's important to understand that you can actually define the boundary, which could be a gate to gate, cradle to gate, or cradle to grave. And as you get more data, more information, and the confidence that yes, based on what I started with, based on the boundary that I defined, I can actually go ahead and do the needful, which is important. The simplest boundary is gate to gate with operational control, where complexities are very less. And in case of when the operational control is selected, only emission from in-house processes like boilers, machinery, and on-site electricity use is considered. When you consider a boundary of financial control equity share, then emission from shared facility, outsourced processes, or third-party operations are also included and tracked. Right? So for industries to go into a specific pointers, it is important to match the boundary and available data source to ensure consistency to avoid data gaps. Many times it has been seen that we have selected a boundary, but the data quality and quantity both are not matching. And in that sense, you will always have mismatch and a lot of uncertainty, complexities, and of course, confidence will go down. So a starting thing can be, say, use monthly electricity bill, diesel purchase logs as primary data, map boiler efficiency by measuring steam output per unit of fuel, for example, identify losses by conducting thermographic imaging and regular steam trap audits as it's done. And for this, you can actually think of installing inexpensive pressure gauges and temperature sensors to fine-tune operation. Now, by the way, these sensors have become very cheap in current times, and it's very easy to install and monitor them. When we do all of these in the say, for example, in textile industries, when we get this boiler efficiency through precise temperature and pressure control, we also get energy efficiency for this purpose. And if we can do that, then particularly in the state of Gujarat, there is a cleaner production scheme, and under this scheme, Gujarat Pollution Control Board and Department of Industry and Mines offers capital subsidies up to 35% or 35 lakhs, whichever is maximum, for industry that adopt eco-friendly technologies such as steam trap maintenance, waste heat recovery, energy efficiency equipment. So similarly, some of these investments that you do, whatever is if to meet this requirement, you can actually think of recovering because government is giving a lot of incentive here and there. The challenge, of course, is the initial investment for monitoring tool like thermography, meter, data collection will require some additional manpower and some cost which comes with that. The last one which I wanted to highlight was confusion around verification and compliance. The fear of regulatory penalties and audits is something people say, I don't understand. And how do I verify emission data? Somebody else does for us, and we don't feel very confident about. Some of these clauses which are linked to this issue is listed here. Those who are interested can go more into details. Now, to do this implementation, the starting point could be engage a local verifier for a limited assurance audit, which is less detailed, less expensive, and brings a basic level of confidence to the management and the people involved. So a small scale industry, we understand we don't have a big board, and there is no big team, and there's not too much of hierarchy where all of these things are required. So here in this case, less number of people can also actually do this. Then develop a document trail, which will be electricity and fuel bills and meter readings and calibration reports. And for doing all of this, if you want to feel more confident, use a third-party environment consultant to conduct one-time system audit before you think of doing ISO verification. And then create a simple verification package, which will include labeled folders for scope 1 and scope 2 data. All of these benefits which will accrue when we do this, that the moment you have passed verification of scope 1 and 2 emissions, that will demonstrate your fuel electricity emission, and that data confidence will also come to you, and then you can confidently say that my data is very accurate and complete, because that's something which has been done by you yourself and verified locally. It will also fulfill sustainability compliance of European Union client for meeting EU regulations, CSRD and CBAM. You become eligible for listing in green supply chain portals, and these listings can actually attract new buyers, investors, and business partners across the value chain. So when we look at limited awareness about mitigation options, a lot of time we believe that mitigating is a big thing, which I also mentioned in the beginning. Mitigation is not something which is very easy. But when we do through the system, we know that we can go from 0 to 10%, 20%, and then progressively go ahead. So general belief is that we can't go carbon neutral completely anyway. So what's the point in doing all of that, right? And that is very important, that we don't need to go completely carbon neutral in one go. Unless until we do the baby steps, we can't do the whole thing together. So in this case, implementation, some of the items which I thought, few of the things that I listed here, that one can start with replacing diesel forklifts with electric ones, install an hour meter or logbook for track usage and estimate electricity consumption, implement batch level dying schedule or reduce energy spikes for idle time. For example, you can group dying jobs together so that temperature and time matches, and therefore you can do it in one go and save electricity. Install a condensate recovery tank in the boiler house to preheat incoming water. That's another method that is being used by many industry. Install a solar rooftop system, which will actually give you the energy benefit and the data. So all of these will lead to reduce overall energy use, decrease scope 1 emissions, and a whole documentation of GHG reduction projects will happen. And once we have been able to do, then we can do the registration, carbon credit registration through Textile Industry Council. And all of that will lead to boosting the investor confidence. So when we have done, I have tried to do a small job of capturing as much as possible based on my understanding of ISO 14064. When we do all this, the human-induced global warming, which we are all experiencing, will be tackled to some extent. Although right now we do not know which way it is going to go, because it's not one single individual who can do the things. But when we do all of that, chances are that we'll be able to achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, we can definitely say that from yours, we have understood that really that GHG data is the one which is very much important or needs to be the verification of such independent data is important for ESG reporting. This ensures the transparency and credibility in the sustainable development reporting. Thank you very much, sir. What gets measured is what gets managed, as it well says. Thank you so much, sir. May
Thank you.
request you to please accept our token of appreciation. Coming to our next session speaker, that is a technical speaker number 4, that is Mr. V.S. Bhaskar, sir. He's going to explain the GHG footprinting with the reference to ISO standard 14067 and water footprint standards ISO 14046. A warm welcome to you, sir. Let me start with your introduction. Mr. V.S. Bhaskar, sir, is a principal consultant and head sustainability practice BS Envitech, Hyderabad. He is a BE in mechanical engineering with masters in environmental engineering from IIT Kanpur. He has 25 plus years of experience in environmental and sustainability consulting across India and in Middle East. He was former head of sustainability in Chola MS Risk and Global Tech Environmental Consulting, Dubai. Sir has lots of achievements and awards in his name. He is a certified ESG impact leader, certified by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. He is also a certified professional in GHG, LCA, Life Cycle Assessment, GRI, Global Reporting Initiatives, and Sustainability. A warm welcome to you, sir. And over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank ICS for giving this opportunity and for such a introduction also. Hope my slide deck is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So the topic which we are going to discuss now today in this short session in the next 15 minutes is on the product carbon footprint. It's very specific. And I think Dr. Rakesh sir has already presented about the carbon footprint part of it, why it is very important into that. But I would like to dwell upon why the product footprint is very, very important, especially the emerging regulatory context in India. That is what I would like to discuss. I think this has been already discussed into that in terms of now the global warming is not a kind of the far sighted one. It is already being there today. We are already experiencing this. So it has got its own level of impacts. One is the physical impact and transition level impacts. And the physical impact, which has been already discussed at the same time, the transition impacts is something is very important that is going to impact the overall product carbon footprint. So the real drive, which we can definitely see for the carbon product footprint is something which is all you know very well. We have the Paris Agreement. That's where the world community has already agreed. And now we wanted to limit the temperatures to less than 2 degrees centigrade. So it has got its own action plan. Then subsequently, we have the net zero plan by the mid of this century. So that also has, results into certain level of the interventions. So various countries, as Government of India also has taken the NDCs, and so including the carbon emissions from the industries and the product. That is also very, very important, which we need to look at. So before we go into the carbon footprinting for the product itself, I think which is a kind of the subsequent aspect to the carbon footprinting process, which has been already discussed in the previous session. So here, what's very important we have to see here is instead of just looking at a whole organization, how we can definitely, arrive at the carbon footprinting for a specific product or the group of products. That is something which we have to look at it. So the overall principles, the processes will be something similar to ISO 14064 itself, but very specific to the product. There are certain key differences, which we are going to discuss very quickly in this presentation, is how do you do the allocations? Because in an organization, when you are doing the emission estimations for the whole organization, including your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. But those emissions, how do you really allocate that to a specific product? Always there are certain challenges. And of course, there are a lot of other benefits tools which has been already developed. Let's try to see into this. So When we think of the CFP, three things we have to look at. First of all, the boundary and the scope in which we are trying to look at. So what is this cradle to give date and the cradle to cradles, all of this, which we can see in the subsequent slides. So first of all, the boundary is very important. So the specific standard which we're talking about now, it talks about only the GHG emissions. There are other standards as an LCA, you know very well, which has got the environmental footprint also, but we are talking about here only the GHG emissions, its overall footprint. And then the next thing which is very important is how do you really represent the footprint? So here I've just given as the kg CO2e. That is what we have to see. That's what we call them as the equivalent of various, GHG species based on their global warming potential, which we need to convert them, present that into the kg CO2e for the ton of the product or the specific product of the, specific activities. So always we have to look at in terms of your primary raw materials to your manufactured products, and then end you have the end product which is being used by the people and the society itself. So there'll be a carbon that has been already embedded into individual stages. Either it could be the raw materials which has been sourced from the nature or even from the minerals, processes, mining, and everything which is being there into that, whether it will be a construction material, it will be iron, or it could be, chemicals, everything. So this is what we have, the first level of the carbon that has been already embedded into this particular product during the process of their manufacturing, extraction, and then further processing. Once that is being there, we call them the second set of the products we have. This is all the capital goods. The capital goods, since they are being derived from the primary goods, so again, they have already embedded some of the carbon that is coming from the upstream. That is what we call is the purchased goods in this level 1. Then there are certain other goods which we have always. Suppose if you see agro-based products we have, at the same time FMGC and different product which is on a day-to-day basis. So all of this has got certain level of the carbon that has been already consumed, either at the processing, either it be the upstream systems, and then by the time it has come to the end use for the individuals, by the citizens and their society at large. But what is more important, we have to see why we have to do a carbon product footprint. That is something which will be two levels, which I wanted to just talk about it. First is the regulatory driven. So as all of you are quite aware now, we have the border carbon adjustment mechanism that has been looked at to avoid the leakages, which is in the Europe and also in the US also that has been introduced, but the CBAM in Europe is quite active. So any product which is not meeting to the specific footprint into the basic level into the Europe, definitely they'll be charged certain tax. So that is what we have, the carbon border adjustment tax that will be there into. So that is a primary drive which is really happening, especially there are 5 different sectors. That's all fine. But what is the other drive which we are talking about in India? Yes, in India also we started looking into certain new regulations, which we'll see in the subsequent slides. But what is more important is the market drive. So where the clients and the market preferences, especially the export-oriented EOE and some of the brands which is in India, definitely they try to look at their supply chains. They wanted to have the lesser carbon footprint because they already committed to the net zero. And as a part of this journey, individual, the supply chain and the value chain, they have to make their own contributions for reducing it. So there are 2 different drives which is happening. But what I could definitely see as in today for most of the Indian MSMEs, we have the internal, that is the domestic drive, that is your market preferences. Because if you are part of the large MNC or the large industry where you are supplying, you are being part of the supplier or being the value chain, definitely you need to look into, you have to submit your the carbon footprint data and then see how you are going to reduce your emissions to become part of their internal program. So let's try to look at what is the relevance for the India. I think some of you are already known into that. So you have in India Eco-Mark rules and we have the green credit rating programs. But what is that something which is very recently, which we try to look at in the 16th April 2025, Government of India has regulated 5 different sectors on the carbon footprint for the product itself. That's what you can see here: aluminum refineries, petroleum refineries, cement sector. And then coming back to the steel sector, all these sectors have now been regulated. And individually, if you see the individual company wise, they identified what is the carbon footprint. Suppose let us look at here, one X company, the total carbon footprint of the aluminum industry is almost around 13.49 tons per ton. And they have been given the targets year on year basis, you have to reduce around 2.5%. How this has happened? Every year 2.5%, that means in the next 25 years, that means by 2070, if you try to look at, we should be able to achieve our 2070 regulation. So that is what the net zero program is driving to. So the government of India has already targeted the primary products, especially the basic products. We have the steel, aluminum, cement, and petroleum refineries. So that is something, a major lead that is happening. Once you have an influence on these major sectors, definitely the supply chains, the value chain, the downstream systems, definitely they also become the part of this, because they are part of the scope 3 emissions of these particular sectors. We have to definitely look into that. Another area why we have to do a carbon footprinting for a product wise, not for just as an organization itself. Perhaps if you have around 10 different products, out of that 3 or 4 different products you may be exporting to Europe. So that might attract some of these regulations, carbon border adjustment mechanism as a kind of a thing, CBAM. So that is going to cost you as an organization itself. I've just made some illustration here. Just the numbers, you don't take it as a sacrosanct, but you can just have an idea into that, how these kind of the regulations can impact by 2035, at least not less than that. So in terms of the individual product, suppose if you say the steel, if the company is not going to become the green steel by 2040, definitely we all have to pay as an individuals, also because that has to be transferred. If the decarbonization is not being done, it's an additional cost of around 6,000 rupees per ton of steel. Similarly for the cement, it might cost us an additional 170 if you are not going to become decarbonized or being low carbon emissions into for that particular sector. So like this, for each of this product, it is not just as an organization, yes, it's all fine, but the individual products, what is the specific, GHG emissions as the, as a footprint, that is very important to place in the market, where you want to play, what advantages you have when you are talking about your exports. This is very important. We have to see that. So the basic thing what the standard always says is, as a part of the LCA principles, which is common for all kinds, whether it could be the water, whether it could be environment, or it could be the GHG, the LCA always talks about your final goal. Why we are trying to do a carbon footprinting assessment? Ultimately, I wanted to see how I can really design a product. Can I reduce my carbon footprint? So how I can really reduce it? Where I have to reduce it? So you should have a complete spectrum of the carbon footprint, starting from the value chain to operations to your manufacturing, then the supply chain. So entire network, you should know where I am generating, how much I am definitely generating into that. In case if I am going to export it, what is the cost? As I just mentioned, as the CBAM is going to cost you 100 rupees per ton of the product, or 500 rupees per liter of the product. What is that exactly is happening? If that is going to be there, am I going to incorporate that into my financial modeling? So this is also important. That's the reason a complete LCA model, which we have to see that. So before we go into the actual standard as 14067, which I'm going to talk to today, there are 3 different standards with the different maturity levels. Of course, we have the 14064 already. My previous presenter has already mentioned that. Into that, how do you really quantify the overall emissions in the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions? But now the same thing has been extended to the product. It will be more or less the same, but only question here, as I just mentioned, you have to see how much is the allocation you have to do that out of the total organization emissions. Let us quickly try to see how we can do that. So what is that overall process which is going to happen? It's C 1407-67, which we have totally section 5, 6, 7, 8, and finally I wanted to say section 4. Section 4 is the key principles. That's common for the whole of any kind of, the reporting process, which we are going to come back at the end. What is important is what is not considered in the carbon footprint. We should know that. There are GHG emissions from scope 1, 2, 3 is all fine. But what is not being considered is offsets. What is meant by offsets? Suppose if I wanted to buy some green credits, I wanted to definitely claim that as a part of my carbon footprint. Definitely that is not accepted. Suppose let us assume you are trying to do some of the biogenic emissions also, which is happening, that also need to be separated, reported separately into that. These are all the 2 things. Normally, wherever we do this analysis, these are the 2 aspects are very important under verification and validation. The rest of the things which you can go as per your scope 1, 2, 3 emissions into that. So there are 4 elements which I would like to talk the next 5 minutes. Is you need to have the scope and the definition. That means what are the boundaries? We have to look into that. Then you have to do the inventorization. Inventorization is just similar to your ISO 14064, which you are doing as a scope 1, scope 2 emissions and the scope 3 emissions into that. And finally, we have to see what is the level of impact on the product, as not just as an organization, how much that emissions are coming from or attributed to the individual product. So let's try to look at how that will be done into that. So as a common practice, as we see 14064 and also 67, first of all, we have to look at the complete spectrum. That means starting from the raw material, pre-processing, transportation, production, everything. If you talk about the supply chain, production, value chain, everything is part of the process. This is what we call is the cradle to cradle. So it is a complete cycle which you are talking about. But sometimes it is very difficult to manage this kind of the data. So that's the reason there are different approaches. You can just start with the gate to gate. What is meant by that? The entire materials which are coming in and you are finishing, production assembly that has happened, that has been completed. So let us try to look at your scope 1, scope 2 emissions and what could be the carbon footprint for that. So at least you have a better control where to control and how do you reduce that emissions, how you can really, reduce either scope 1, your direct processor, or scope 2 offsetting, all of that, which you can definitely see. That is gate to gate, we call that. That's the first step. Once you have done that, at least you can start coordinating with your supply chain, because supply chain emissions, especially your raw material, pre-processing, transportation, that's going to be one of the major sources for the scope 3 emissions. You can start working with your stakeholders and your suppliers. Then you can start gaining that information, or you can use some of the emission footprint calculations as a emission factors. Then we can come up with the cradle to gate. At least you have 50% of the total emissions you are able to count as a part of your thing. Of course, the next one, we can say the cradle to grave. That's where you are going to take at least up to the end user. Of course, reuse, recycle, still it is a mature concept in India. The emission factors are not been fully evolved for some of them, which is being there, but it requires a lot of time. Sometimes we are taking some of the emission factors for the other parts of the world. So at least what I would like to say is cradle to grave is something which we can say 80-85% of the total emissions we can definitely cover as a part of that. The next thing is inventorization is the next step which we have to see. The inventorization is just similar to your other processes. As we see your ISO 14064, whatever the processes you follow into that, either the GHG protocol or 1464, the nomenclature might be slightly different, but ultimately you are covering all the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. But what is the biggest challenge based on our assessments for the carbon footprint assessment is for each of the sectors, the category 3 emissions will vary widely. And also the emission factors, also the availability of the emission factors is also one of the real challenge. So while you are trying to do your carbon footprint for your value chain, the supply chain, you have to be careful what kind of the factors you are using. Are we taking something from the US values or European values or the UK values? Do you have the Indian values? Indian scenarios, still it is evolving. If you are considering the European values, definitely the carbon footprint may be much less. So you have to be very clear about the source of that particular emission factor before you are trying to look at. Of course, whatever the best data that is available, always we see that. As in today, if you try to see various emission factors, either USAP emission factor for scope 3, or you have the DEFRA as in the UK, that is also available. Apart from that, we have lots of LCA tools. Of course, these LCA tools, many of them, what they are trying to do is they are trying to develop the library for India, the emission factors. So as we move forward, what is I feel very important thing is, as you wanted to start with a comprehensive product carbon footprint, start interacting with your supply chains and then start gaining the data so that you should be able to develop your own emission factors over a period of time. This is very, very important to build the credibility. Otherwise, whatever the factors which we take it from the outside, always it will have an error. Of course, we have to start somewhere else, correct? That is very, very important. So now let's try to look at what is more important is when compared to 14064 versus your 67 is allocation of these emissions to the individual product. Let's try to see how that could be looked at. I want to just show this particular slide because of the paucity of the time. So you have your raw materials, transportation, upstream, the supply chain up to your gate. That is what we have. Then you have your scope 1 emissions where you have a better control, your manufacturing processes, your disposals, whatever, everything which you have a better control. You can always estimate this in much accuracy, but at the same time, your supply chain data, the emission GHG data can be looked in. But what is important here is how do you really allocate these emissions to individual products? Suppose you have product 1, 2, 3. Is one of the processes which we have gone. We went into the individual processes, see how much is the energy, that is electrical energy is being used for one particular line, which has been dedicatedly used for product 1. But sometimes that may not be really possible in industries. You may be having the same line, you may be using different products. So what I would like to say here is if you want to gain an accurate data, there should be a lot of data that need to be monitored. Is that really possible today with the manual interventions? No. So you need to have a digitalization, and then that is where you can definitely look into that. So each product will have its own carbon footprinting, irrespective of their production. That's what we have to be very, very careful before we submit this, because this data has to be verified if you want to put these products into the international market. So finally, the outcome of your carbon footprint is very important is for the individual product. Suppose if you see product 1, product 2, product 3, how these 15 different sources of emissions, how they have been distributed. This graph is going to help, especially the clients, the industry, is on where to reduce it. Is the business travel is very, very important, whether I have to do for the product 2, that is more important. Suppose if you see the raw material for the product 1, raw material sources is very, very important. So we have to keep looking at where to cut these emissions. How do you really reduce it? What are the strategies? That is what we have. That is what the carbon product footprint that will be there into that. But what is, as I just mentioned, to just conclude of this particular one is data availability. That means you should be keep generating your own scope 3 emissions, especially talking to your stakeholders wherever the relevance is there. Indian context, that is more important, because still we are not, our grid is not fully decarbonized and we are using a lot of fossil fuel. So that part we have to definitely look into that. Second thing is the allocation matrix for each of the product. When you have 5 or 6 products, how you are going to allocate that product, that GHG emissions is also another important parameter we have to see. That is the reason these 4 principles, whether it is 14,064 or 67, the relevance, completeness, consistency, accuracy is very, very important for the same thing. And the standard also has given a clear framework on what to report. So there is no ambiguity. So there is a 10-point action. That's what we have. That checklist has been clearly given into that. You have to follow that. And then that can be very well verified into the whole scenario. So this is what I would like to just say. ISO 14067, the whole process as a carbon footprinting. I'm going to just take, because of the paucity of time, just 2-3 minutes on the water part. This is also has been given to me as a 14,046. Again, the same thing. We are going to follow the same LCA approach for the water, but this is a little bit different from the GHG emissions or the climate related impacts. So what happens here when it comes to the water, first of all, there should be source of water. Either it could be the groundwater or surface water. Then second aspect which will be there here is what is the water availability. We call them what is the scarcity as a risk factor. So it should be a product. It is not just about the availability of the water, the total amount of the water that has been consumed by the operation. We have to see the scarcity risk factor in that particular zone, because even the Indian, agroclimatical zones itself, if you try to look at, there is a varied drought scenarios which is going to happen. And today we have the rainfall is good, but the intensity of the rainfall has increased. That means the number of days the rain that is occurring has reduced into that. So availability, that is more important. Similarly, the wastewater. So one is after reuse, recycle, everything, you are going to discharge some wastewater. The discharge need not be in the rivers or in the surface. It could be even for the irrigation. That is what I would like to say. If you are using the treated wastewater, even for the irrigation, that is also getting into the environment. So that multiplied by your pollutant discharge. So you have to take it comprehensively in the water footprint assessment. So here there are 3 types of the footprints. We have to do that. One is the green water. Most of the cases for manufacturing industries, the green water is not applicable because this green water will be either it will be soil or it has been evaporated through normal agricultural process. Agro industries, that is more important as a green water. And most of the cases, the blue water, sorry, here it's a green as written. So the blue water, which is very, very important, that is where we are going to use. That means water is drawn from surface bodies, water is being drawn from the rivers, water is drawn from the river groundwater, anything which has been, taken from the natural processes, that is what water we have to consider into the, the blue water footprint will be there into that. Finally, the gray water footprint, that is how much is the pollution that has been discharged. It is not just the quantity of the water, it is the pollution also we have to consider into it. Again, as I just mentioned, there are different tools are available, but I wanted to just explain to you with a simple process. Fundamentally, what you need to do is your water use in meter cube per year multiplied by, you have to do water scarcity factor. There's a water scarcity factor. You have average. There are tools are available into that. You can see here, there is a grade scale here. There's a less risk, it will be 0.121 factor. If it is the highest risk, it is about 100. So what you have to do here, water use multiplied by water scarcity, that is where you are going to get your actual blue water footprint. Here you can see here, your water consumption is only 25,000 meter cube per year. But the scarcity factor, suppose if your facility which is being located some parts of the Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or Vidarbha, Maharashtra, some portions of it, definitely your factor is 100. That means your apparent water footprint, especially the blue water footprint, will be 25 lakhs per meter cube per year. That is how we need to definitely estimate in terms of that. So there are various authentic data is available. Due to paucity of time, I'm not able to explain much of it, but otherwise you can say water LULC. This is the website. You can go through that. You will get all kinds of the data on the scarcity. Another thing which we have to say, the way you have done your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions for the GHG emissions, similarly for water also you have to see your supply chain and value chain. Because sometimes the risk is water scarcity risk is not at your particular site. It could be your upstream where the suppliers. That is going to affect the overall process, your business continuity. That's the reason we have to see the full spectrum and then accordingly we have to look at it. Then my last slide, which you can say a couple of slides, is on gray water footprint is also very important. What is the gray water footprint? This is the wastewater discharge. The definition you can see here. What is the wastewater discharge? It is after treatment, reuse, recycle, whatever the excess that has been either discharged into the river or discharged for the green belt, online irrigation, anything that we have to look at multiplied by the pollutant concentration in the wastewater divided by freshwater concentration. So it is called the multiplication factor, multiplier, we can say. Most of the cases, if you see your wastewater as per the MOF guidelines, CPCB guidelines, maximum you have to maintain 2100 ppm of the TDS. Your freshwater, let us assume it has got 100 mg per L. That means even though your wastewater discharge is 2,500 meter cube per day, your actual gray water footprint could be as 52,500 meter cube per day, because there is a multiplication factor of 2,100 divided by 100. That means you have to bring back your water quality to the ambient environmental quality. I think how it is possible, the best part is you have to adopt the zero liquid discharge. Even sometimes it is not for the on-land irrigation discharge also, but that has got its own carbon footprint because you require energy for the evaporation purpose. So I want to just conclude how overall water footprint that we really looks into as a part of the whole of the LCA. You have your green water footprint. That is what we have, especially I'm just talking about, one mechanical product, which we can say that is the zero. Then you have your blue water footprint, which is almost around 25 lakh meter cube per day after the multiplication factor. Then you have the gray water footprint, 52,500 meter cube per day. So if you see the total, if it is around 10,000 tons per year, that is the production capacity of that particular plant, your overall water footprint will be 255 meter cube per ton of the product. If you are not considering LCA approach, the water footprint will be projected as 2.5 meter cube per ton. So there'll be a huge difference that's going to come up. So you have to consider not only just as an absolute water consumption, you have to look at the environmental effects and the scarcity. It is very, very important. So my last slide, which I wanted to conclude here, again, the standard clearly says what need to be reported. First of all, you have to define the goal and scope. That's very clearly given. What kind of the data need to be collected? What is meant by the inventory analysis? There is a lot of guidance document which has been already given in this standard. And then what's the life cycle approach? What I've just given, what tools you have to use it. And finally, what is your interpretation? When I'm saying the interpretation, the outcomes are very simple. Where to reduce, whether you have to reduce your pollutant load in the wastewater, or I would like to just conclude here. Are you going to reduce your pollutant load, or you wanted to reduce, the water drawal from the highly risky area, water scarce areas? So probably these are all the strategies always evolve when it comes to your overall water footprinting. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'll conclude my session at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. To conclude this presentation, footprints guide us to supporting decisions which are like emission reduction, and in a better way to say it is like in every drop and breath we trace, footprints mark our planet grace. So with this, we should always remember that measure well and wisely stir towards the future, bright and clear. This is what is actually been told from this presentation of footprints. Thank you very much, sir. We would request you to please kindly take the token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Now, for the participants, we have the third quiz, and this third quiz will see your environmental awareness reinforces by global milestones. So everyone, please be ready for the quiz. Quiz number 3. What happens to plastic waste? Option A, it is a biodegradable material, so it eventually disintegrates. B option, it never fully goes away, it just breaks into little pieces. And option C, there is no such thing as plastic waste. All plastic is recycled. Please post your answer options in the chat box. So now we have the result. The correct answer is B. Congratulations to those participants who have got the correct answer. So moving ahead, we have the last speaker of the technical sessions, that is Dr. Prasad Karnik sir, and he will be speaking about social responsibility, ISO 26000. Before giving the details about the speaker, let me just try to give a gist of what Environmental Day actually is and how we are trying to correlate it with the ISO standards. So a reminder of this ISO standards connecting with the Environmental Day is like a reminder of the profound value of every part of nature, which is urging a respect and a mindful governance. It's like to see world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower. Hold infinity in the palm of your hands and eternity in an hour. So that's what it is, a good governance. Like it's like planting a seed, but social responsibility helps to grow this. Together they nurture and just the thriving world. So I welcome the technical speaker for the session, and let me introduce him to you. Dr. Karnik is the Vice President of Paryavartan Dakshata Mandal. He has doctorate with his research on Thane Creek on prawns and brown shrimp. He has got more than 45 years of working experience on the Thane Creek, focused on the upliftment and traditional fisher folk and tribal communities. He is the initiator and mentor of Clean Creek movement and has been awarded the Thane Gaurav Puraskar in 2016. He is also recognized for the environmental awareness and conservation initiatives. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So at the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Sundar Kataria sir and his entire team for organizing such wonderful conclaves. Paryavartan, even the name itself speaks volumes. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers and the organizing team. We'll start with the presentation. Shall I share?
Yes, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes. No. Your presentation is not visible, sir. Kindly share your screen, sir.
Okay, I'll quickly go through it. See, I mean, I really was awed by
Sir, sorry
witnessing.
to disturb you. We are not able to see your screen, sir.
Sorry?
So your screen is not visible, sir. Your presentation.
Uh,
So do you want me to share the presentation? Or you?
is it seen now?
Yes, yes, yes. Now we can see, sir.
Okay, thank
So
you.
can you make it to full screen or presentation mode?
Yes, sure.
Visible, sir. Thank you, sir.
Unlike the other ISO standards, this particular does not have a certification or does not have a proper, what shall I say, frame. This particular ISO 26000 on social responsibility. The other presentations were master strokes from the stalwarts in individual fields. I just accepted this invitation because I'm into social field for long. I'm not an old person. So what is social responsibility? If you just see that it starts from an individual, from myself to the society. And when I go to that, now we must take into consideration the environmental aspect as well. So it's an individual responsibility that involves a balance between economy. Money, fiscal matters is the crux of everything. Economy, two E's it joins, economy and ecosystem, and possible interchanges, trade-offs between economic development, welfare of the society or societal development, and the environment. It is needed in simple words for sustainable development. People used to say that sustainable development is an abstract thing. It cannot happen. Sustainable development and environmental protection, these are at daggers. It is not so now. Everyone knows that. Only thing is it's a process. It is not just one step thing. This standard seeks to promote a common understanding of social responsibility, and it is complementing. It does not replace, but it complements the existing tools, existing initiatives, existing standards. Now it starts from, I repeat, from an individual to a group to an organization, complete society, considering environmental, cultural, political, and organizational diversity taking into consideration. And ultimately, it has to lead to the overall development. Now, as we know that we call it as ISO 26000 2010. It was initiated in 2010, but really, if we look at the Indian culture, Indian context, you just refer, I'll quickly go through it. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, this was put forward 5,000 years back. The first tenet
It is called as Ashtanga Yoga, Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayam, Purutaya, Dharana, Dhyan, Samadhi. I'm talking about ISO 26000, I'm aware. But the first tenet in Ashtanga Yoga is Yama, that is how can one individual become an ideal societal member. So it does not start with me, it starts with us. Ahimsa, Satya, Asteya, Brahmacharya, Aparigraha. I'll not go into details. Ahimsa does not mean only non-violence. It does mean causing harm to anyone. No harm to anyone. Not only physically, in all respects. Satya, eternal truth, everyone knows. Asteya is non-stealing or responsibility. This third one, Asteya is stealing, chori, theft. It is not only that, you don't have to actually steal anything or an object, but you don't even steal or without giving due credit, any thought or so. So in one single word, asteya is responsibility. Brahmacharya does not mean abstaining from the family and all that thing. It means pure purity or unity. Brahma Acharya. Whatever is good, whatever is pure, we have to follow that. And when we say that, it has again to be a unified concept. And aparigraha is not only simplicity, it is giving something. I don't keep everything with me. See, whatever you talk about ISO 26000, almost all the aspects are covered in this. So, actually, it was put forward 5,000 years back. Now we have just, redefined the wheel. The benefits of social responsibility or ISO 26000, competitive advantage. As I mentioned earlier, and as everyone in this August gathering must be knowing, that there is no such certification as such here, but you get an edge over other. So it gives you competitive advantage. When you talk about today's competitive world, it gives you a reputation. It gives you an iconic status, the ability to attract and retain workers. See, if I have an industry, though I may have started it, I cannot run it alone. So I need the staff, I need my colleagues to run it. At the same time, I cannot, or rather, we cannot run that ourselves. There is a product. It can be a concept or an object. But that product has to be sold. It has to be taken, purchased by someone. So customers come in the picture. Clients come in the picture. And not only that, the users, they are also most important. And therefore, ISO 26000 actually tries to bring, what shall I say, a unified system, bring all these factors together, bridge the gaps between individual factors. When anyone runs any enterprise, the maintenance of employee morale. Now we will see, as I mentioned earlier, it is more of an abstract thing, but abstracts lead to actual production, actual happening. And therefore, the ethical issues are key crux of ISO 26000. The perception of investor towards that particular organization, the starters or owners, the donors, the sponsors, the financiers, all are part of that particular organization or that particular application or that particular aspect. And therefore, everyone is considered in ISO 26000. Relationships with other companies, relationships even with competitors, with governmental or agencies, media, suppliers, peers, customers, and whatnot. I don't repeat it. So, if you have ISO 26000 applied in your practices, then you will have so many benefits. This is actually overall standardization. I will say that this particular gamut is overall having universal thing. Sorry, I have taken it from the official website of ISO 26000. Now, there are 7 clauses. These clauses, right from the scope to the implementation and actual practices, it covers terms and definitions, understanding of this standard. 4th clause is important, principles of social responsibility. That is, I must know that I am a societal person. I cannot stay alone. Whether it is about an organization, whether it is about a family, whether it is about a population, whatever it is, I am because they are. And therefore, these principles, which may be taught, which may be, included in any training session. There are such formal training sessions. ICS is one of the leading organizations which incur all these things. Most important are clauses 5, 6, these two. The 5, they actually again recognize the social responsibility and engaging the stakeholders. And the stakeholders, right from the producer to the consumer, to the support system, to the system which actually maintains the equilibrium. These clauses, again, fundamental things for social responsibility, about human rights, everything. Rather, we will be talking for a minute on clause 6, which has various core subjects in it. So it has got, the clause 5, 6, 7, especially 6th, guidance on social responsibility core subjects. We'll talk about it. And clause 7 is guidance on integrating social responsibility throughout an organization. Already we have talked about this. Now, there are 7 core subjects. I'll just mention these. In training and in implementation of the ISO 26000, these core subjects are very important. The first core subject is organizational governance. We know already, we have talked about it. The good governance is the crux of everything. So first core topic in clause 6, that is guidance on social responsibility on core subject, is organizational governance. Second is human rights. Ethical aspect comes here. Only thing is we don't have to look only at humans, because we are one part of the entire system, the ecosystem. Human beings live with other animals, other plants, other microorganisms, and other non-living things like air, water, and light and whatnot. So, though I say human rights, it is one of the core subjects, it is not the only one. Then labor practices, when I talk about an organization, any factory, any office, then the persons involving it, persons which are involved in the production of any product, then those persons, their practices, good governance practices are important. It is one of the core subjects. Then, of course, the environment. Out of 7, the 4th core subject is environment. 5th is fair operating procedures. Now, they have just broken down one thing, good governance, into various things, various subjects. Consumer issues. Not only we are talking about the production, but at the consumer side. And last but not the least, community involvement and development. As I mentioned about this Yama, that is, I first am a member of the society, of the group. The group may be my own immediate family, group may be my distant family, group may be my organization, group may be the society, population, whatever. So, most important thing is the guidance on these ISO 26000, that is clause 6, and there are 7 core subjects on which the training is done. The 7th clause, as already I have mentioned, that is mainly integrating social responsibility and how can you integrate it with your business, with your organization. Again, it is the same one. For lack of time, I'll just go further. I'll give real life examples, simple. Now, corporate social responsibility is one of the practicing aspects of ISO 26000. Everyone does it. Every corporate has to do it. Everyone knows. I talk about my own NGO. Before, 8 years. 8 years ago, we were given one project. There were 2 hills, absolutely barren, 50 acres total area. We were asked to develop a forest. Alone, a single person, Prasad Karnik, or our core group would not have been able to do it. So what did we do? We did take support of CSR, no doubt about it, but we appealed the society at large. We took hold of, we convinced it to students, right from primary kids to postgraduate students, and everyone did it. In 7 years, in first 2 years, we planted 20,000 trees, local, not exotic. Local means where they were there. Not only Indian trees, but the local trees. And today, already last year, we handed it back to government of Maharashtra. In 7 years, a lush green forest was developed. It is near Mumbai at Titwala village, Runde. Just to complete the record, I mention it. Now, this is social responsibility. Live example. I gave example of one person. Unfortunately, this friend of ours, very recently, a few days back, demised. Mr. Sanjay Monga is a normal person residing in South Mumbai, elite population. But he was very passionate about environmental aspect. One factor, birds. He was known as, or even today, he is known as Birdman of Mumbai. Salim Ali is known as Birdman of the entire world. But this person, he was not an ornithologist, but he started a bird race. I'll again not go into details, but what can a single person do? Through his NGO, through his group, he did it. The society was involved. On larger landscape, we can take an ecosystem. We are staying on land. So it is, we call, in our word, we call it as terrestrial ecosystem. Take an example of one part of that ecosystem, a tree, banyan tree. A small ant or honey bee on that tree itself is an example, ideal example of social responsibility. They have a colony, they have roles defined, and therefore these organisms, these animals, they display what is called as social responsibility. They are not taught by anyone. There are not training sessions. What I mean to say is, in nature, social responsibility is imbibed, naturally imbibed. We have to just follow it. Why should I go for this implementation? I am what I am because of others. I already told you. I am a member of the society and I'm an integral part of my environment. I exist because it does. Because my environment is there, I'm there. If it is just gone, washed out, what they say that water will swipe everything, I'll not be there. And therefore, I must go for it. How do I go about it? First, get convinced that I need to be socially responsible. Then you will say, I need social responsibility standard, that is ISO 26000. Study the contents yourself or get help, thoroughly understand it completely, and you can contact organizations like ICS. So thank you very much. I thank the organizers, my co-faculties, because I learned a lot in this conclave, and the other attendees. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for including our name also, sir. And yes, as a strong governance says, it's a fair decision. So building trust and empowering nations. Act with heart is what actually social governance and social responsibility talks about, because it impacts the world. People first, progress always. So moving on to sir, we would request you to kindly accept the our appreciations. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on to the next session. Well, again, the participants, it's the quiz time for you. So this is the last quiz time, and here you have the last opportunity to win. So this quiz is about again World Environmental Day. Here we go. Which country is the host for World Environment Day in the current year 2025? A. India. B. Kenya. C. Republic of Korea. So the correct answer is option C. Okay, so now we have launching of Urja. I request Dr. Sundar Kataria sir to virtually inaugurate the launch of Urja. About the author, it is none but our sir, Dr. Sundar Kataria sir. He has dedicated his 6 years to the nation's service, contributing significantly, and we have already in detail told about sir in the initial slides. What does Urja, the book, says about? It's the book which helps the engineers to build a career with a purpose, quality, and impact. So we know as engineers have the natural advantage of using their mind, and they're trained to analyze, solve, and improve. So when they apply these skills, they can build a career that is meaningful, resilient, and valuable. So just as humanity has always pursued quality in its invention, so obviously the engineers also can strive for the quality in their life and career. So with a clear vision, mission, and quality policy as our foundation, so these tools have been included for the engineers to for their life with intention and purpose. So it's a message from our CMD sir that remember, the members of we are the members of quality species. We are wired to seek improvement and excellence, and this journey isn't about achieving success through this book, but it's about becoming the best version of yourself as a professional and as a person. That's Urja. Well, for now, we have the panel discussion. And let me introduce you the two anchors of the panel discussion. We have the first anchor, our Professor Sudesh Sharma. He is the Senior Scientific Officer with DAE NPCIL for more than 30 years, visiting professor at business schools, currently TQM consultant and MDP facilitator, corporate communication consultant to technical sectors. His academic qualifications, he is a BE Mechanical with PG in Management, ISTD in Training and Development. He has a vast experience in quality management, environmental management, health and safety training and development, corporate communication, nuclear energy. Welcome to you, sir. The second anchor for the panel discussion is Anand Pal Singh sir. He is the Regional Manager North International Certification Services Private Limited. He is a BE Mechanical Engineer, and his areas of expertise and experience is he is a qualified engineer in helicopter, airframe and engines for repairs and second line maintenance of allowed aircraft and their associated equipments. He is a qualified engineer for hydraulic trolley, ground power unit DG sets, elementary courses in casualty, firefighting, crash and civil defense from Civil Defense Staff College, Mumbai. He is also a lead auditor for Quality Management System ISO 9001, Environmental Management System 14001, 45001, Energy Management System 50001, 13485 standards, Social Response SA 8000 and 27001 standards. He is a certified course. He has done a certificate course on criminology and police administration organized by Rashtriya Rakshak University, Lucknow. He is a Six Sigma Green Belt. Project undertaken was the reduction of initial survey report timeline for OSA system by 25%, truncated purchase requisition timeline by 25%. A warm welcome to you, sir. I also request the other speakers and the delegates to join the panel discussion. Dr. Sundar Kataria, sir, Professor Sudesh Sharma, Mr. Ajay Thakur, sir, Mr. Anil Johari, sir, Mr. Anand Pal Singh, sir, Sumit Kataria, sir, Dr. Prasad Karnik, sir, V.S. Bhaskar, sir, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, Mr. Jayant Shiradkar, sir, and Yogesh Jain, sir. Welcome all to the panel discussion, sir. Over to you, sir.
Okay, we're starting.
Yes, sir, we can start.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. I mean, I think extremely immersive and engaging, conversation with the speakers, and one of our best Paryavartan events so far, I believe, because this was highly focused, and thanks a million to all the speakers, for doing full justice to the topics that they were dealing with. I mean, there was not a single kind of deviation from the topic that they were to discuss, and the audience were expecting them to discuss, basically. So congratulations to ICS also for being so focused in this Paryavartan event. Now, I think there are a lot of things to basically take away, and there are some doubts also because the speakers gave us an excellent insight into how this whole concept of sustainability emerges from the ISO standards, and specifications. And last में Karnik sir actually wrapped it up basically by actually, mentioning in his presentation or talk that it emanates from a very large concept of humanity. And that's where governance becomes on the top of everything. See, we were actually used to, for the last 30 years, let me tell you, ever since ISO started with sometime in the 90s, 87, 90, around that time, we were looking at ISO standards in isolation, and we were not really clear about the larger picture, of humanity here. So today's Paryavartan event has brought home very decisively. And I think now all the audience in this event will appreciate that we have not to look at the standards and specifications in isolation. You have to look at them as, parts of a whole. In fact, this question is a burning question in companies. Yeah, you're making me do so much for ISO 14,000. मैं कोई sustainability थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ, मैं कोई GHG थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ, मुझे product life cycle में क्यों फंसा रहे हो आप? I'm sure if this video recording is accessed by these companies, they'll realize the benefit. And this is the biggest service I think ICS has done to industry. Now, sir, without let's come back to our focus. Uh, I have three questions for the speakers. One is, let me involve Dr. Rakesh and Dr. Veluri. So what are the common mistakes people make in their assumptions, in their data calculations, in their greenhouse gas emissions? This was one thing which I think we felt needed a little bit of discussion, and let's discuss it here. A small company, what mistakes can it make? And then another relevant question is, why is this risk assessment absent in 14064? Isn't 14064 collection of data, presentation of sustainability reports fraught with risks? So let's start with risk. Why is risk, this concept of risk management, the architecture on which all the other ISO standards are built, does not figure in 14064-1. Any speaker? Yeah.
Sir, can I take this question, sir?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much for this question, sir. It's very relevant. So primarily what happens is the ISO 14,000 is a series of standards. We have to look at that. So the risk part, always we have to look at LCA. If you look at LCA 14040 and everything, so that has been very well addressed into that particular point. So the individual standards, now what I would like to say, 14064, if you can see, definitely it is talking about how do you really estimate the emissions when it comes to the direct emissions and indirect emissions. So always we have to look at the integrated approach. Looking at an LCA concept is very, very important. That is what I feel for this actually, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir, any other speaker, any other panelist or speaker is welcome to speak on this question, because this is something important. When there is a common architecture, I mean, this architecture was not followed here. And the most important element of that architecture, there must have been some reason for it, basically. Or maybe the companies are assuming that the organizations are already into 50,001 and 14,001 and 9,001. So they have done, and to some extent, all the standards have actually mentioned climate change, to be addressed in their systems, right? So that's one part of it. Now, what is the flexibility in data collection given to organizations? Because 14064 is the focus of today's event, GHG, greenhouse gas emissions, sustainability. Now, what is the flexibility given in terms of their calculations?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Great, sir. Sir, what really happens here is, if you look at the scope 1 emissions, it is very well understood by most of the companies, which I have done because I have done a lot of audits in terms of the verification, which I have seen that. So when it comes to scope 1, where you have the direct control, especially the metering, that has been improved a lot, because I have just been doing since 2008 to 2009 when, the initial phases into that in the recent time. So the metering is one thing, and then documentation has definitely improved for the scope 1. But what is the biggest challenge? What you can see is onto the scope 3 emissions. So again, the standard
please, sir, can I interrupt you? Okay.
Please,
what flexibility do I have to do my the final calculations for my CO2 emissions?
Yes,
in terms of, in terms of kg CO2e. What flexibility is given to me as a small company?
Yes, sir. So what I'm just saying that is always, the major emissions which is coming up, especially, anything less than 5% as a threshold. If that is not being really considered, we can always say the omissions. There is a list which we have to provide why there is an omissions into the whole process that we have to get. At the same time, what we have to see is your direct emissions. Definitely, we have to report wherever there is a possibility of the measurements are possible. That we have to definitely do that, sir. These are the two things which has been mentioned.
Which calculations do I use, sir? There are a lot of calculations moving around in the world, And I'm sure you are aware of those.
Yes, exactly.
So why when you come to verify, or when ICS comes to verify my calculations, what does ICS look into? Because am I using a British standard? Am I using a UNO standard? Am I using a US standard? Because there is a flexibility.
Exactly.
And that
Yes.
flexibility can affect my values.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I can go to SEBI and say, look, my values are in control. They may not be in control actually, you know.
Yeah.
So throw some light on that, sir.
Definitely. So here what happens is there are three types of emission factors normally we use that. One is UNFCCC and IPCC has given the best standards. That is the emission factors which are available, especially for the scope 1 emissions. Scope 2, already it has been well established because CII has been already publishing every year the emission factors, both based on the local, at the same time, the grid-based emission standards we have into that. I don't foresee there will not be any major error in both of it. But when it comes to the third one, as I just mentioned, for the scope 3 emissions, is still the people are using either USCP or the DEFRA standard. That's a huge variation in these two. So my probably, wherever we do the audit under the, the overall risk assessment of the data, whenever we try to do, whether there's a consistency in using those emission factors. Suppose if they are saying UNFCCC as an IPCC data which they are using, they have to consistently use the same data.
Sir, great. We'll not go too much into the technical part of it. Now, Dr. Karnik, I mean, one very abrupt question. Dr. Karnik, I hope you are around, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, ये sustainability, आपने ना, you made a very bold statement, you know. We can continue with development and sustainability. आपको ऐसा लग रहा है कि आज का सब कुछ देखते हुए?
Yes.
सर, ये
Definitely.
आप पूना जाते हैं, थाने से नासिक जाते हैं, डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है, लेकिन सस्टेनेबिलिटी दिख रही है चारों तरफ के। आपने कुछ अपने लेवल पे किया है जो वो दिखता है खाली। बाकी मुझे लगता है कि, और आई मीन गवर्नेंस लेवल पे, कंट्री के गवर्नेंस लेवल पे, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग ऑफ, प्लीज, आई एम लेट अस, दिस इज नॉट अ डिस्कशन ऑन एनी XYZ गवर्नमेंट और पार्टी। हम तो आजादी के बाद से बात कर रहे हैं कि कहीं पे ऐसा लग रहा है कि डेवलपमेंट सस्टेनेबल हो रहा है। फॉरेस्ट कवर कितना कम हो गया है, the kind of pollution, I mean, water bodies are, basically overflowing, like not overflowing, like water bodies are overflowing with muck and with dirty water. The earth का जो ground water है वो contaminate हो रहा है। तो sustainability आपने जो statement दिया, मुझे थोड़ा सा ऐसा लगा, कर्णिक साहब ऐसा कैसे बोल रहे हैं कि both things are possible?
Yes, sir. Your point is well taken. Two aspects. One thing is we have to be positively positive, otherwise nothing happens. And I'm not just talking abstract. I can give you n number of examples. When I say development is there, what we had done is we were absolutely self-centric earlier. Now, at least we are thinking of environment. We are thinking of the standards. We are thinking of greenhouse gases and how to reduce it. We are thinking of all these footprints. The very fact that we are thinking about it and trying to do something about it, that it will be sustainable. Second aspect is sustenance is a natural process. Nature is sustainable. I tried to, overpower nature. That, and when I say I, human being. So, आपने जो बोला है बिल्कुल दुरुस्त है, सही है. But the thing is, developments are occurring. I'll give one simple example. Nearby my place, there was one bridge, overbridge, which was constructed, and they threw all the rabbit, what is called as all the trash in water itself earlier. Now they constructed another bridge hardly a couple of years back. It was a longer one. It was for our convenience. Everyone now accepts it. This time, they did not leave the trash in water itself, because now they have made it mandatory to any construction company or contractor to, remove that. I don't claim that we have. I don't claim that we have achieved everything. Lekin there is positivity from example A to example B within the span of, say, 20 years. And therefore, though it appears to be a bold statement, I'll talk about my own Thane Creek, which is the Asia's largest creek. It was dump yard. The part of it, the municipal commissioner in that area told me, sir, where is the creek? Where is the river? This is not even gutter. It is worse than gutter. Now, the solid waste in that particular water body, I repeat, which is Asia's longest creek, has reduced almost to minimal extent. So this is
Okay.
development
Okay,
and this is
sir.
sustainability.
Point well taken. Point well taken. So you are optimistic, and I think all of us should be optimistic with the same science and technology,
It will,
which
it will.
which is destroying the planet, may also
Yes, sir.
find a
Thank you.
solution to reviving it. You know, वो statement हमें किसी scientist का एक जमाने में पढ़ा था
It
कि
will
वही
happen.
science and technology काम आएगी इसमें भी मतलब. Okay, सर एक और मतलब क्वेश्चन है बड़ा relevant. ये दो स्टैंडर्ड बन गए अभी, एक सोशल अकाउंटेबिलिटी का, एक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का. हाउ कैन ए स्मॉल कंपनी गो फॉर बोथ विद द एडेड कॉस्ट एंड ऑल दैट. एक ऐसे 8,000 है, फिर एसआर है, फिर इसके साथ साथ और भी कुछ लिंक हो जाएगा. ये मल्टीप्लिसिटी क्या कंपनीज को डिस्करेज कर रही है क्या? आनंद पाल साहब आप भी प्लीज.
Yeah, you have asked very valid question, which I was also wanting to know, because as Mr. Johari mentioned, that the accreditation is the only way to come out from this. But when we are going for the accreditation, there are 9, 14, 50, 14064, social responsibility, 14067. There are numerous standards which have to be followed by an organization. And as on the recent data, in case we see, there are more than 10 million companies which are MSME, and around 75 million companies are micro and small industries. And these industries are not having appropriate funds and knowledge and capability. So with Mr. Sudesh Sharma, I am just asking how it would be possible, because the 45% of the industry is of this kind. Now we are talking about the 55%, and then from there 45%. So how we are going to attain this target in 2035 or 2070, whatever the target of net zero is being as.
सर ये टारगेट जो है ना, हाँ जो नेट जीरो 2070 का, I think what happens is targets are always optimistic and they are meant to stretch people to achieve those targets even if they seem unattainable. ये thinking है इसमें, COP21. कि यार टारगेट तो ऐसा सेट कर दो कि people start at least stretching themselves to attain those targets. It's like a student saying, यार I want to get into IIT, this year with 100% marks in my JEE. अब 100% का अगर उसने टारगेट किया है तो बेचारा 60 तो ले आता है और किसी तरह घुस जाता है आईआईटी में.
Correct.
So I think this target is seen. इसके पीछे because we don't have any control on these international targets. Actually तो क्या हुआ था कि something very interesting I wanted to tell everybody here. This whole thing started sometime in the mid 18th century, जब ट्रेन का इन्वेंशन हो गया था, जब देखा लोगों ने स्टीम इंजन का पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है. And then people are, सुबह शाम कोयला आ रहा है घर में, और all that pungent smell is coming from all around. जयंत शिरोडकर सर भी दिख रहे हैं. We'll come back to you, sir. हाँ, so then what happened? It has taken us so many years now. ये 1997 में जो था ना, ये बाइंडिंग एग्रीमेंट हुआ था क्योटो प्रोटोकॉल का. जस्ट इमेजिन 1850 एंड 1997. उसके बाद 2015 में COP21 आया है. 97 के बाद भी people became a little, complacent. Then what happened is when this extreme events start taking place. Mahindra sir, आपका mic please. Please, Mahindra. There is something going on there. Oh, so nice to. तो ये जो आपके टारगेट की बात थी आनंद पाल जी, this target might appear, let's listen to Mr. अजय ठाकुर on this. सर ये टारगेट जो है जीरो एमिशन का 2070 का, और जयंत साहब, you can also comment on this. I mean, of course, this is not in our control setting this target, but then at least people are working in this direction. Of course, there are hiccups. The most powerful man in the world says, I'm against all this. He has stopped funding of all these activities. So then those kind of setbacks are coming, and these setbacks will come, because where there is an intention, there will be obstacles also. So Thakur sir or Jayan sir, anyone?
Can I add something here?
Yeah, please.
Sir, when I started my practice in GHG, quantification and verification, the emission factor for India was 0.97. There were two grids earlier, Southwest and Northeast. Okay. For the Southwest grid, it was 0.97. And today, the grid emission factor has gone to 0.72. What commitment we have made in COP21 in the chapter 6, you can confirm in the Paris Agreement. What we have committed up to 2030, we have well achieved in 2022 in spite of COVID. So things are happening. Things are happening on a government level as well. 2015 till 2015, I was not having any assignment of energy and GHG in India. I had worked in Europe, I have worked in Morocco, I have worked in Singapore, even in Bangladesh, but not in India. But 2015 onwards, the things have totally changed. I'm equally busy in India as well. So yes, things are happening. Our country is like a continent. It will take some time to have a visual effect of it. But yes, things are changing. Yeah,
Great, sir.
this is
And
what I
it's,
wanted.
it's great to know that there is serious work going on. Points now. The question was on 2070. So let us be optimistic. Let us be like as you said, and you are giving figures. I know that. Even I think the oil refineries where I am involved in a couple of these Indian oil refineries, the emission factors have gone down, despite the number of metric tons going crude process, by going up year on year like. So, Dr. Rakesh Kumar ji, sir, your comments on this, on what is being discussed here, these targets of, uh, these very, very optimistic targets of zero emissions by 2070. Anyway,
I think
yeah,
starting point, we should appreciate that there is some numbers which have been put together.
correct.
Putting number itself shows the seriousness of the government. So that part is very, very accurate. The cause of concern is actually the percolation of Government of India commitment to the lower down to the states and specific sectors that we talk about. So few sectors like so-called hard to abate sectors, they have taken it seriously, like steel and aluminum and fertilizer. But most of the others, I'm afraid to say, not much has been done. And there's whole lot of training, awareness. And when I say awareness, not in general awareness, meaning how to do it. And I think the today's exercise that you all did, just to even communicate that it's not so difficult to do it.
Great, sir.
Although it's
Communication.
daunting, I was listening to your earlier statement saying that now there are so many standards, and if you have to just do all the paperwork for that for a small company, is they're already struggling with GST related filing, right? So for them to do all of these three, four, five types of standards is going to be difficult. So here one could possibly see sector-wise a template created and then bunch them together and do it. And that's where the industry association people can do a great job of providing that help.
Sir,
Small scale industry with 5 people, 7 people, they can't do it.
agreed, agreed. Sir, आपका
Good.
ये suggestion is most, I think the most brilliant one. And some of these great companies, the big companies, I won't say great companies because it's very difficult to call a company great or not. I mean, the brand may be great, but the company maybe, I don't know, God knows how great the company is. आजकल ये भी सोचना पड़ता है बोलने से पहले.
I would like.
Yeah, Ajay sir, आप कुछ बोल
Yeah, I would like to see, of course, ESG, especially environment related and all those things. These are very important aspects. Our country, which is as far as micro, small, and medium, at least I think that we can't expect these things from the micro enterprises. They are not well equipped, nor they have any awareness or, through any tool they can do all these things. But I think medium scale companies and small companies to some extent where we have more than 50 employees in their job and having a revenue beyond 20 CR, I think they can opt for this type of activities whereby they go for the ESG type of things. As far as government is concerned, of course, there is a lot of awareness is trying to get created across the board. But still, I feel that we have not reached to tier 2 and tier 3 sector of the country. Unless until we go there, tier 2, tier 3 cities, then only we'll be able to achieve the purpose. Again, I have talked to many medium and small enterprises. Mostly they look all these things from cost saving perspective. Okay, moving to renewable energy. And when you talk to them, they will say that, okay, we are adopting this renewable energy or solar or wind to reduce our cost of bills, electricity bills, etc. But as far as environment, etc., is concerned, still we are not seeing much of the focus on on environment. I think there is a lot to do. Still, we are seeing a lot of jungles are being cut. People are moving, and that is creating. We are also seeing, especially in the cities like Delhi and other places also, where the pollution level is going up substantially. We are seeing huge pesticides being used. I think all those things also need a lot of attention. If we start talking about all those things and reaching to the mass, I think the purpose will not be able to achieve.
I would like to, sorry, Sudeshji, I would like to know, since we wanting this ESG compliances through ISO standards. Now, when ESG compliances through ISO standard, now this new standard 9-1445, which is very prominently used in the market, is coming with the changes for the climate change, is going to help the industry to have ESG compliances somewhere?
Definitely, sir, it will help in a way that 14064, 14067 give calculation methodology. If Excel sheet is promoted by Government of India or Industry Association, and the same sheet is applied to sector-wise approach, for example, sheet metal people can only have maybe a very small component of carbon dioxide emitted directly into the air and electricity that they consume. Otherwise, whatever they get from upstream goes into downstream, including scrap, which is also melted. So as such, for small sector, it's not a problem. And also some attempts are there like FSSC 24,000 is coming into picture, which is combining various standards. So the question of having multiple standard and increasing cost towards certification is known or aware. Lot of people are aware about it, and attempts are being made to make a comprehensive common standard so that cost on this front can also be worked out.
जैन साहब, आपने प्रोडक्ट लाइफ साइकिल की बात करी थी ना. लेट मी express a small observation here. Not even the largest public sectors in this country have considered the life cycle approach. आज भी उनका जो reports आती है ना, and they are from the process unit till the gate basically. उसके आगे they don't submit their reports beyond that. So life cycle is something which is very far away from at least our markets and our organizations.
Even automotive ने इसमें खूब काम किया है क्योंकि वो लोग supply chain से काफी material लेते हैं. They have really worked as far as automotive is concerned.
पर उनकी boundaries sir, generally they define their boundaries basically. The boundary is basically the process unit till the gate basically. Of course they consider all those things like grid electricity and other things. लेकिन वो product life cycle, where is this oil ultimately going, how is it getting disposed, and what is the carbon footprint of transporting this oil? नहीं, मेरे गेट के बाहर जो हो रहा है, I will not submit a GHG report on that.
With public sector, this issue is there, sir.
This issue is there because उनका verification सारा गेट तक ही है आज भी. I am only pointing at the humongous work involved in the product life cycle concept. In the product life cycle, because product life cycle concept में कितना उनका, you can imagine the kind of work involved. And in the Indian setup, a small industry, a medium industry will not have those kind of resources that to have two people working exclusively on data collection. ये थोड़ा सा, these are some of the future issues basically. Any, we would like to, I think, have Sumitji's opinions also on what is being discussed. He is intently hearing us or listening to us, not hearing us.
So
Yeah.
yes, sir. So I had a small question, and typically it's primary focused at Thakur Sahab, and then I'm sure I'd like the others to pitch in and kind of give us an understanding. What we normally see, sir, we call it a top down approach. So basically it is the regulators, it is the other people who are supposed to do the, what I see is there is a drastic lack of outreach and advocacy, because everything will start with advocacy. In India, typically what we see is systems do not get developed. Like today we have a huge rush towards the ESG, and everyone's concentrating to ESG purely predominantly because SEBI says 200 ka bhi 1000 industries ho gaya hai, and that's what's caused a stir, because now invariably almost all listed companies, there are unconfirmed news is that all listed companies need to have their ESG compliance governance, and that's how the queue is being left apart, and we have HSE that is taking a claim. My understanding is, sir, how is there a fixed approach that we can adapt for advocacy? We don't have a method of advocacy, we don't have a method of outreach, because people today are pushed to it. People are not voluntarily wanting to gain advantage of the industry, get a edge, get a buyer support, plus do something good for the environment and themselves. That's not the approach. What do you see this? Is this what I feel, or you think is this is applicable to almost all MSMEs? And how do you think we should tackle it?
I feel that you are absolutely right. Earlier, SEBI's intention was to not only go to 1,000 companies, even they have said that you should also audit those companies which are your vendors, etc. But the companies have found it very difficult to do the auditing of their suppliers, because most of them were small and medium enterprises, and that's why they have discontinued it. So let me tell you, there is a lot of lack of awareness about this ESG. Even the frameworks are not quite clear. Even the public sector enterprises and the large enterprises don't know about from the start to beginning how to implement it, how to. And I also don't understand that how much serious we are to this. But of course, it's in everybody's mind. The governments focus lot on renewable energy was only to ensure that that ESG and climate and all those things should always remain the priority, and that's why 2070 zero carbon effect was talked about. But I think we have started moving in this direction, because it was implemented only in 2021 by SEBI LODR guidelines and all those things. And in this country, it takes time, let me tell you. Everybody's have their own priorities. Companies go through different cycle. We were coming out of COVID in 2021, 22. So 2 years have gone out of that. Of course, in 23, 24, there were a lot of responsibility on the companies, large corporates and public sector enterprises to come out from that vicious cycle. So now in 2024-25, we are seeing that, and then we have disruptions from United States related to tariff and all those things. So business has taken the front seat and others have taken the back seat in last 3-4 years, because unless until business carry on, you can't have other things in place. You can't put all your efforts in that direction. But I think as things will get normalized, you will see that the focus on ESG will come once again. My only request to organizers like you, for whom this thing is very important, is to reach to grassroots level. That is very important. We can't do all these things sitting in a AC room and all those things. When I was trying to create SME platform in India in 2010, 11, 12, I have gone through a lot of pessimism. And I have met 42,000 promoters across the country to create this SME platform, created merchant bankers. And it took almost 10 to 12 years for me to create this SME platform. So you can understand, in India, awareness is still a big issue unless until it becomes very important for the people. Then only, people take it with right stride and right motivation, and that's all we have to struggle.
So
So of
Thakur,
course we
Thakur
need.
sir, that adds, sorry, Thakur sir, that adds one more question. So typically, if I am not wrong, there would be somewhere around 6.3 crore MSMEs today. And out of those 6.3 crore, typically MSMEs, sir, we have hardly 50,000 to maybe 2 lakhs, which will be certified under some particular standard. Can we not develop a typical standard which will be like a gateway for them to adapt those basic practices to enable them compete in government marketplace? Like art, sir, if you want to sell, you want to be on the government marketplace tender. That's a central department which everybody wants to register and get there. Can that not be used as an enabler ki kam se kam minimum standards of implementation, which could be a QHSE minus? So typically basic baseline 30 requirements ki ye to hona hi chahiye, and that is a enabler that you get into. So 6.3 crores, sir, that's the potential which leads to almost
See,
45 to 50%.
Sumit ji, let me tell
Ji.
you, today we have got pollution department. Is it not there? It's
Yes,
there.
it is there.
Okay, what's his job? His job to ensure that there should be minimum pollution to the
Right.
environment.
Right.
But what is happening? We get the certificate, but still we know how much is the
Absolutely.
I think self-discipline, self-motivation, self-dedication to the planet is the most important thing.
Well
Unless
said.
we discipline ourselves, we can't implement all those things. And there needs to be some crusaders. Okay, and unless until those crusaders come in the front, thinking that, okay, this is the impactful work, this is for the human society, humanity, and all those things, we can't take it forward to that extent that we want.
Well said.
Unless
Well said.
until the businessman, as far as the businessman, of course, if their business is getting impacted in case they are exporting and those audit and trials are going on, okay, they will not understand. For example, let me tell you, the pharma companies, okay, if they have to get US FDA approval, okay, it's a humongous task.
Correct.
Okay, and every year there is an audit. Do they have any option? Of course not. So when the business get impacted, so there are only two ways through which people can improve, either through self-motivation, dedication, discipline, or through some, regulatory stick. So we have to go as per that.
Ajay sir, I want to just wanting to know that there could what could be some practical steps which MSME could take when we are talking about the standard. And also you have rightly said that understanding and knowledge of the MSME is not so to get these things proper. So
Of course,
how they can
of
go about it?
Yeah, of course, in my speech in the morning also, I have mentioned about that. And they start doing a small work, for example, reducing the carbon footprint in their company, which will impact their, cost of production, like moving from thermal power to renewable energy, bring the best ethical practices, control the wastages and leakages, bring corporate governance practices. So these are the small things that in which, if they start doing, they start moving in that direction, I think a lot of things can be improved. And let me tell you, these things will not, ultimately, it's not a big cost. Even these small things are going to reduce their cost, and a lot of, result will be yielded in due course.
Sir, Ajay sir, आपका statement, I mean, I noted that down. You said कि the supply chain will mandate disclosures one day, and I think that day धीरे धीरे वो दिन आ रहा है, if not at the desired pace, but there are supply chains now where these things are very important. Basically, all these kind of disclosures.
सर मैं
भले
आपको मैं बताऊं, मुझे तो यहाँ तक पता चला है कि इंडियन फूड प्रोडक्ट्स हैव बीन बैंड इन यूरोप because of high level of pesticides. So it may go to the ground level, to the water level, and it will be, we are becoming diabetes center, and you know how the cancer is going up. I think, sir, everything, we need to look into all these aspects. Or supply chain, of course, if you want to increase the exports, especially to European and American countries, then of course you need to ensure that in the supply chains also you are maintaining the ESG standards. That is very important.
Great, sir. Great. Thank you. I think Dr. Kataria has also joined, and maybe we, Kataria sir, आपका कुछ, I mean, anything very special from your side, we would welcome that, sir.
Basically,
इनका टाइम जोन मैच नहीं हो रहा है ना.
Yeah, Sharma, thank you.
Yeah, बोलिए sir. Now you are audible. बोलिए.
Yeah. So it was excellent. This conclave is going on. I'm very impressed with a lot of eminent personality who has spoken on there, and it was very excellent, I should say. Only I was saying that we should involve MSME as well as that what you call it association of industries. They should come forward, and for the MSME, they can provide support. As well as if you see the corporate also has the responsibility, big organization like Reliance or Adani or anybody, they have a lot of resources, so they should also support like Japan, because Japan, if you see NSE and all those big organizations, they support the industries, their vendors, their supplier, their supply chain with the finance, with the technology, as well as the manpower. So that approach, I think India can also do it, which will be very effective to have this ESG.
सर ये अजय ठाकुर जैसे साहब जैसे क्रूसेडर्स है ना, अगले 40 साल वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट अ लॉट फ्रॉम देम. ठाकुर साहब यू 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 आपको क्रूसेडर बोला गया था SIS कॉलेज में, आई रिमेम्बर. सो I mean, in your next 40 years, I think that will also be one of your missions. There is one question which we can take, and I think then we'll have to wind up because it's already 3 o'clock. If we have the clean, there is a question in the chat box. If there is clean air technology, then why the governments are not implementing it in open space where there is so much pollution? Clean air technology. Any comments on this from the esteemed panelists? The technology is there for cleaning air, but why can't we implement? My immediate take is it feasible for such a huge country to have air purifiers on the streets, or is it just a fad? Another something, जो बाद में पता लगेगा कि it was just something which was done for fashion and fad, as they say.
So can I come?
Yeah, please, sir, please.
Because this is a subject which I deal with on a regular basis.
Yeah, please, sir.
So I think one of the debate that has happened, and we are very divided country any which way on this. All the air pollution sources, most of them, particularly industries, have been dealt with quite well. But the diffuse sources, when you talk about roadside digging, construction activities, we call it area sources, right? Demolition activities, open burning, which happens. You will be surprised to know that Delhi alone has legalized, which are counted, frankly speaking, 35,000 tandoors, right? Almost 56,000 or so, some open eat outs. So small numbers, small quantities, and your numbers are so humongous that you can't deal with it. So I think we will have to have two approaches. One, of course, to deal with the sources and also do something on the ground. And on that, I would say, although whenever you see National Clean Air Program, people say, let's do more monitoring. So we are now having the densest monitoring system in the world. And that's a very surprising thing. All our money has gone into monitoring. So in terms of control, I would say even if Delhi experimented the smoke tower and probably it failed, that's what people say. I think we need to experiment more and more and see how we fail. And to give you an example of, you go to Madhya Pradesh, Satna side, you have a lot of lime kilns, right? The lime kilns and brick kilns. If you put a proper air pollution control technology, that will cost more than the kiln itself. So now, if you want to deal with it, that is where the government and so-called clean air program funding has to go. So what we see is that the priorities keep getting shifted, and all the time when we get into winter, we only talk about parali burning. So I would say each and everything we as a country we have not allowed people to fail doing some experiment, and that's what we should be doing. So all our engineering colleges and so-called IITs and all, they need to put something outside. Everyone is trying to become theoretician. So software is done already, but we need to do a lot of hardware now and see how things can be controlled.
Great, sir.
And
Great. And
we need a lot of innovation in this space.
need innovation, and sir, there has to be, as there were many sentences pointing towards, value system, moral imperative, governance. I think all this is a part of value system and governance, basically. Otherwise, look at the amount of failures also. Can we say that our rivers have been cleaned up? I don't think any one of us here can say, with all the huge budgets and everything spent on them. It's so painful to watch those rivers. And I think Anand Pal is there, he must be a daily witness to all that, looking at the Nala type of rivers flowing in his backyard, basically. So that kind of, moral imperative also has to be there. Where is the money going? Meety River in Bombay, where is the money going, basically? So on paper, things are happening, but then, as usual, let us not be focusing on the negative. Let us at least let us be positive on these aspects. Okay, the emission factors are coming down. This is what is an important.
एक चीज मैं भास्कर सर से एक चीज जानना चाहूंगा कि 14064 and 14067 you have spoken very well, and these standards, when we are going to implement, it is going to take a lot of efforts and money. Is there any method where an organization can start doing practice? Because as Mr. Ajay has rightly said कि छोटा छोटा कुछ हमें करना चाहिए, तो छोटा छोटा करने के लिए अभी when we are going into that organization, what could be these small steps to get these standards, to get acquainted about these standards?
Perfect, sir. I think Sudesh sir has already mentioned. See, primarily the life cycle assessment is a complex process, and GHG product footprint assessment is a complex process, which is start only with the gate to gate. That means start collecting the data only on the energy part. Take only the scope one emissions like your fuel consumption, how much fuel is being used, how much fuel is used for their forklifts. The small things they can start collecting internally and start testing it. Because what will happen is any life cycle assessment, always there will be an error. How much is that error? We have to keep bridging that over a period of time. It cannot be done for in a short time itself. So we can start doing on the in-house, whatever the directly controlled operations wherever you have. I can see fundamentally the DG sets. Let's take that. They can start measuring the DG sets. How many hours they are operating that. Let's look at the boiler fuel. So fuel can be measured. The small steps which they can do that. And with a simple formula, actually, it doesn't require a complex equations, actually. A simple Excel sheet or even with the calculator itself, they can start doing that. But it has to be done on a monthly basis, not on an annual basis, because handling the data at the end of the year is a problem. At least, small data, if you handle it, that will be much easier. So that will be the best start to get acquainted with the process, actually.
Very good, sir. Thank you. And it is generally going to help the industry to get into the stream.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Great, sir. Great. So I think in case Sumit ji or Dr. Kataria wants to make a final closing statement, they are welcome. Or I can see Deepthi getting impatient. I think she has been tracking time. So Sumit ji, Dr. Kataria, any closing statements from my side? I express my deepest and profoundest gratitude to all the speakers and panelists. And believe me, it was a wonderful, wonderful conversation we had with you. Very enlightening, very educative, very informative. And this is how things change in the world. It might take another half a century, but then ICS is making a beginning. And thanks to the entire team of ICS and the leadership of ICS, for making these things happen. Because thank you all. God bless us. And over to Sumit Dr. Katari, and Deepthi now.
And nothing from my side. My only point is that thanks to all the speakers, they've added so much value. And this is not the thank you note which is going to come by Negiji later, but it's ESG is the future. It is going to encompass a lot of things together which will make India good, great, and the best. So we need to upskill ourselves with baby steps, move closely towards those steps, and we'll beat a lot of people, a lot of countries. MSME typically needs a lot of support from all of y'all. So keep supporting the MSMEs, and that's the way forward. Deep, over to you.
As we are moving forward, I request everyone to put on their screen to take a group photo. And I will be shortly announcing the competition winners. So thank you everyone in the panel discussion.
I guess if you stop screen sharing, we can get a good gallery view of everybody. Yeah. I request everyone, please put on your videos. We'll take a group picture, all of us, all the people. Yeah. Beautiful. Yes. Ravi, are you taking screenshots of all 4 screens?
Yes sir, yes sir. नेगी जी टाई और ठीक कर लीजिए थोड़ा। अभी आप कर रहे थे ना, और थोड़ा ऊपर कर।
Raju, Arun, please put on your videos. It'll be a good memory. Our Paryavartan 4.0 with all y'all giving so much time and attention. It really spells what you mean. Spells your commitment to environment.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you. Ravi, you've got all pictures? Yes. Over to you.
Yes. Wait, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
1 second, sir. We have a closing note yet. So, over to you. Please share your screen.
So we have the winners for the quiz competition. So quiz number 1, we have Anandpal Singh sir as the first winner. Quiz number 2, Jayesh Gujar. Quiz number 3, Arun Gaud. And quiz number 4 is Kashish Gupta. Congratulations to the winners. Winners for the poem competition. So we have first prize winner for the poem competition as Atul Inkar. Second is Dr. Anisha Rai Kaduzo. And third is Sanchi Gamare. Winners for the poster competition. Riya Chabria is the first winner. Piyush Solanki is the second. And Dr. Anisha Rai Kardizo is the third. Winner for the drawing competition, which is for the kids. Again, first winner is Riya Chabria. Second is Sanjeev Jadhav. And third is Ovi Jadhav. Winners for drawing adult competitions. First prize goes to Ravi Gupta sir. Second to Rohit Jadhav. And third is Piyush Solanki. Winners for the slogan competition, first prize goes to Achal Chabria. Pradushan se Paryavartan tak. Amazing. Second, we have Ashutosh Singh. And third is Mahendra Sharkey sir. Winners for the video competition. First winner Vijay Vishwakarma, second Piyush Solanki, and third is Atul Inkar. Heartiest congratulations for the prize. Please contact below Ms. Sushma Kindalkar and her contact details. Okay. So, as we are closing down, we are drawing the curtains on the impactful edition of Paryavartan 4.0. Let us carry forward the spirit of today, not just in thought, but in action. The insights shared by our distinguished speakers, ranging from greenhouse gas verification to social responsibility and energy management, from the robust foundation of advancing ESG compliance through ISO standards. We thank each of you, our panelists, participants, and partners, for your valuable presence and commitment. Remember, sustainability is not a one-day event, but is a continuous journey. Together, let us drive change, embed accountability, and ensure that the planet we leave behind is greener, safer, and more equitable for the generations to come. We look forward for a continued support and contributions in our future sustainability initiatives. Now, I would request Dilip Negi sir. Let me introduce Dilip Negi sir. Dilip sir is our Vice President, Strategy and Planning International Certification Services. He is BA in Economics, has done Diploma in Computer Application and Management, has an experience of 10 years in textile industry and 25 years of experience in administration, finance and certification. Welcome to you, Dr. Dilip sir.
Thank you, Dipti. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Ajay Thakur, our chief guest, for his inspiring inaugural address on sustainability and ESG reporting for MSMEs. Your vast experience in promoting MSMEs and your vision for sustainable future have truly set the tone for this event. A special thank to our keynote speaker, Mr. Anil Johari, for his thought-provoking session on authentic assurance for sustainability. Your insight, drawn from years of leadership at the National Accreditation Board, have provided us with the deep understanding of assurance framework and their importance in driving credibility. We are also immensely grateful to our panel of technical experts who shared their valuable knowledge today. Mr. Yogesh Jain, for a comprehensive walkthrough of environmental management system. Your practical perspective was both informative and actionable. Mr. James Siradkar, for highlighting the significance of energy management system. Your session reminded us how energy efficiency is a key pillar for sustainability. Dr. Rakesh Kumar, for demystifying greenhouse gas verification and validation. Your clarity and depth have certainly added value to all our understanding. Mr. Sai Bhaskar Valeri, for his excellent presentation on greenhouse gas footprinting. Your practical example made complex standard feel very approachable. Dr. Prasad Karnik, for shedding light on social responsibility and ISO 26000. Your unique perspective reminded us that sustainability also includes social well-being, which start from individual. I also take this opportunity to thank all the delegates, participants, and organizers who made this event successful through their presence and active participation. Once again, thank you all. Let us take forward the learnings from today and continue to contribute to the more sustainable and responsible future. Have a great day. Thank you.
So for already the feedback form was been put in the chat group. I request everybody to please, those who have still not done, please feel your valuable feedback to us to have more such valuable suggestions and to have more memories of certain these events. Now, as we come to the closing of this session, the key points that or the takeaways from this seminar are: reduce our consumptions and waste through the reduce recyclable chain, conservation of resources like through the management systems of energy and the environmental management systems, educate ourselves and others, which comes through the social responsibility and the governance, support eco-friendly businesses, advocate for change. Even a small group of people with similar mentality are not to be judged or to be overlooked. We definitely make a change. So thank you and stay inspired, act responsibly. Thank you, everyone. So we now officially close the meeting of Paryavartan 4.0. Thank you.